What's up, YouTube? We had an incredibly eventful week. Incredibly eventful. So, what were we talking about last week? I don't know, but this last weekend, I got robbed. I got robbed. Yes. Boys, some people came onto my house and stole my motorbike. Stole my motorbike. Dude, that's not funny. Come on, where's the right? Wow. Yeah, that's the one. Stole my motorbike. Now, what's funny, right? No, the bike is actually here. The bike is recovered. It was ditched down the road. And, dude, yeah, it was a terrible stealing, bro. It was a terrible stealing. Because the thing is, I know where these people live. And the worst part was, like, we watched them run straight home. You know what I mean? So, like, they stole the motorbike. They stole the bike as well. Unfortunately, the cops are still trying to recover that. I know, that's horrible, right? They stole an actual, like, push bike worth, like, $800, dude. But my postie bike is worth, like, thousands of dollars. So, thankfully, I got it back. Let me show you guys the footage that I got of this freaking idiot. Okay, I'm probably going to end up doxing myself in some way or another here, but that's fine. So check this out, right? This is the front of my house, okay? Please don't dox me. I don't know how you could from this anyway, right? So you can't see the, down in the bottom right, look, so 9th of the 8th, 2025, it was at 12:20 in the morning, okay? Now the keen eye might see a little fella over here on the left. Actually, I'll turn the overlays off for a second while I show this, right? We've got a little fella over here on the left. Look at this. So my motion sensor light turns on, thankfully, because that was the only reason that we even saw these people, right? Godot light trick, yeah, that's right. So the light came on. Obviously, they walked in front of the motion sensor. My Ring camera started to record. And thankfully, boys, I started paying for a Ring subscription like 2 months ago because things started heating up on my street, okay? This didn't come out of nowhere. Things were starting to heat up on my street, and I was like, I only have this one camera. I need to make sure that the footage actually gets saved and it's not just like a doorbell, right? So, motion sensor light comes on. Ring camera's recording. This dumb shit right here, this dumb shit doesn't realize that there's a Ring camera literally pointed at him. Freaking absolute idiot, right? And then so he comes over, and look, he jumps up, tries to grab the light. Look at that. He's trying to grab the light, and then he looks away and goes, oh, idiot, bro. Actual idiot. No, it's not. So the light bulbs are actually embedded inside of it. So he tried his hardest, right, to like just yank it straight out of the roof. But man, that's credit to whoever the hell installed this thing. It is installed tight. And even the cops came around and they were like, man, that's really well installed, which is hilarious, dude. Look at this. So he was trying to just rip the light out. And like not for a second, he realizes that the Ring camera is recording. Look, he even looks over to the right. And that was probably the sound of me waking up, right? Because I thought, okay, so I heard this noise, which was like a rattling noise. I was laying in bed with Carrie. We weren't even asleep, right? I thought that was the sound of somebody trying to yank open the front door. And I was just like, whoa, like somebody's trying to yank it. And like, you need to, okay, so things have been heating up on my street, like I said earlier, right? A couple weeks ago, there was a dude walking down the street swinging a machete at someone, right? Terrifying, right? So my first thought is somebody's trying to break into my house and steal my shit. So I ran to the front door, and that's probably what he's seeing right now, right? He's right. He's like heard me get up and be like, whoa, what the fuck was that? I run over to the door, make sure that the door's locked, and then see, look, he runs around to the left to like my side gate. And so I run to my back door and make sure the back door's locked as well. And then I opened up my Ring camera. I saw this footage, right? We're just going to play this on loop. This guy's such an idiot, dude. What an absolute knob, boys. Idiots. W's in the chat for the Ring camera, boys, though. W's in the chat. So this absolute knob end, he runs around to the side of the house. And I was like, is he trying to like break into the back of my house? I'm like, I don't know. So I just called the cops straight away, right? We know the exact house that this came from. We know that this is the house that it came from because they're just the only piece of shit house on the street, for lack of better words, right? So, okay, there is 3 people. Yeah. So Kenai saw that there is a bunch of people, right? So there were 4 people, right? And I noticed that as well. I was like, there's somebody in the back there. He's wearing like a freaking surgical mask and he's got like a backpack on. And then like, you can just make out another like shadowy figure in the back there. So I knew that there were like multiple of them. I'm just like, fuck this. Like I called the cops straight away. I like locked all the doors and then we went and watched them out front. They pissed off down the street, right? And then like I'm on my computer. I like run to this computer and I'm like looking at the addresses while I'm on the phone because I'm just like, the light at this house that I know that they're at is on out front. The light at my house is on and the light across the road is on. So it's like they literally left like a paper trail from their house all the way to my house, which is so freaking stupid, boys. So freaking stupid, bros. Like, come on. Let's get some ha-has in the chat because that is just dumb as hell, dude. So stupid. So anyway, we watched them run off. One of them was on a bike. We didn't even realize anything was missing at this point, right? And then I'm on my computer, like verifying the addresses and stuff like that to the dispatcher, you know, the operator on the phone. And then Carrie runs in, you know, my girlfriend runs in, and she's like, "I just saw them run home." And I'm like, "The house?" And she was like, "Yep, that house." Literally watched them run back to the house. Right? I'm still on the phone to the cops. The cops rock up like 5 minutes later while I'm outside on the phone to the cops because I go out back to check to make sure that all of my gates are locked and stuff like that. I'm outside, right? I'm doing this. I'm like walking around just like, yeah. I'm just making sure they haven't touched anything. And I'm like, where's my motorbike? I'm like, wait, my motorbike's missing. And then so I turn around and I'm just like, you know, I check my entire backyard. I'm like on the phone to the operators, like, no, they stole my fucking motorbike. They've stolen my motorbike and they've stolen a push bike, right? Cops rock up like 5 minutes later. Dude, fastest response time I've ever seen. W to the cops, dude. W to the cops. They responded so freaking quickly, dude. So quickly. I told them, I was like, they're in that house. They stole my motorbike, and they were like, okay, ran over to the house, boom! 3 people arrested. 3 people arrested. Come on, boys. Hands together, because they arrested 3 of them. 1 of them got away on the bike that they stole. They recovered my motorbike basically straight away. Like, and I've got like all this other Ring camera footage, you know, of me standing out front, you know, like talking to the cops, just being like, I don't know, they stole my bike, bro. It's such a weird feeling when you go out to the back of your house and something's missing, because it's like immediately you don't realize until you're standing there for a bit and you're like, something's wrong. Like, what is actually going on? Dude, rare W response time. I'm pretty sure when, okay, in all honesty, I'm pretty sure when I told them the address, they were like, let's go get them. So anyway, boys, that's the story. Incredible weekend, and yeah, Ring should sponsor me, okay? Everybody tag Ring. I'll give you guys this footage. Somebody tag Ring and say you guys should pay for like a year of my subscription. Look, okay, I just want some free shit. Like, I don't care what it is, you know? I just want some free shit, dude. Like, dude, like, words can't describe how thankful I am that I paid for a $5 subscription, $5 a month, just so I could get this footage, because the second that I heard that noise, it was like I ran to the front door, and then I pulled out my phone and I looked at my Ring, and then this was the footage that I got. The cops rocked up, I immediately sent them the footage. They were just like, yeah, we'll go get him. Like, look at this, dude. This dumb shithead, dude, he's wearing gloves. Like, he's wearing gloves, bro. You know what I mean? Like, so stupid, dude. Anyway, that's the most interesting thing that happened to me. We're just talking about the, yo, what up, Gaspar? I gotta read some of these comments, man. put this footage on your game, he'll never miss it again. Hey, I might chuck it into the next tutorial. I'll be like, yo, tip number 3, if you're gonna rob a house, don't do it right in front of, don't show your face right in front of a freaking Ring camera, you idiot. If you're gonna wear gloves and freaking rob somebody's house, maybe don't run in front of their only security camera with a massive bright light. Bro, so absolutely funny. So funny, dude. What an absolute idiot, you know? And like, it kind of sucks that like, you know, an $800 bike's missing. It's not mine, it's Nelson's, okay? So, you know, I don't care that much. Just kidding. I do want the bike back. But by the way, those of you that don't know, Nelson's my housemate, okay? He moved in like 3 weeks ago, and now this has happened, so it doesn't look good on me. But you know what? I think they cased him out because he takes his bike everywhere. Like, he doesn't, you know, he just came back from Germany. He lived in Germany, right? He doesn't have a car at the moment. So he's just been riding his bike around all over the place. And I think they just cased him out. Well, like, there's a bike back there. They got into the backyard, saw my motorbike. Yeah, this is my front door cam, dude. How funny is that? So this isn't even supposed to be a security camera. You know I'm getting quotes right now for a full security system, right? This isn't my house, but like me and the dude that owns it, like we're going to get a full security system like set up, dude. Yeah! Yeah, here comes the money!
Cryptomoriotic super chatted $10.58. Here is 3 months of Ring.
Thanks, man. Legend. You know, if you have multiple devices, $15 is what it costs a month. So I'm like, you either have one device for $5, or you can have like 100 devices for $15 a month. It's like, they kind of want you to pay that $15, but I've only got one camera and I don't want to commit to like a subscription. But I will keep paying for this, right? Because that front door camera, dude, absolutely priceless, bro. Saved my ass. It immediately got 3 people put in jail that night. 3 people in jail that night. I literally watched them get arrested. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What is this shit?
Fuck yeah, dude. Nah, dude, this is rat. We ain't skipping this. Yo, what up, Stone Python? He's gonna be on his best behavior this week. Yeah? No bad vibes? You know what I'm saying? Okay, boys. I think I've shown off enough of the security camera footage. I've got other little bits and bobs that I can show you guys. Thank you. By the way, boys, W's in the chat for my boy Crypto Moriarty. Absolutely love you, dude. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for super chatting. By the way, you guys can super chat. You can give me a Jeff Bezos bucks or whatever. But if you're watching on YouTube, all I want is that subscription. Thanks, boys. And also hit like on the video, okay? Please. Okay? Please. Yo, thanks. Danilito Chiquito. It's either South American or Italian, but very similar. I used to know a dude named Danilo. Sad I use Unreal. That's okay. Honestly, whatever you can do to make games, it's all the same shit at the end of the day. It's just part of my brand is like being obsessed with Godot. So anything that's like Godot obsessive, like hating on Unity and Unreal, it gets mad clicks, bro. It gets mad clicks. Like, okay, let me show you guys some, actually, I don't even think I can bring it up. I make clips out of like, stuff that happens in the stream, right? And so one of those clips, yo, welcome to the freaking gang, dog. At some point I have to make this a little bit smaller and maybe off to the side. Yo, that is a massive message. Let me get to that in a minute. Too long didn't read. No, just kidding. I'll get to that one in a sec. So 2022? This was, I think it was last stream. I can't remember, but I made a video about Godot beating Unity in the GMTK Game Jam. Bro, so many people bit. So many people took like the bait, dude. Oh, okay. If it looks like bait, just get rid of it. I don't want to read that then, dude. That's fine. If somebody's trying to fucking... Yeah, just get rid of it, I guess. Genuinely got crazy potential, and I'd love... Dude, okay, check that guy out. He's got money in his name, dude. I don't know. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. So, It got 150,000 plays, boys. 150,000 plays. Look at that. That is insane, right? Okay, I don't know if you guys can actually see that, but that's what analytics look like for when I hate on Unity and hate on Unreal Engine, okay? So that's the main reason I do it, all right? Okay. Thanks, man. Yeah, go for it. Look, if you want to put me in contact with anybody, go for it. Come and join the Discord, all right? I've got a Discord, just like you can find me super duper easy. Just like send me a DM, okay? But for right now, we're going to continue on with the stream, obviously. Tell me a cooking recipe for carrot cake. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We really need to weed out whether this guy's a bot or not. Okay, I meant to write down stuff that we could do on today's stream, okay? But obviously, being a bit of a spaz, I don't know if that's offensive where you're from, but like in Australia, it's not really offensive, okay? I think it's England. I think in Britain. You know, because like Weird Al Yankovic had to change a song lyric one time because he said spaz or spastic or something like that. And they're like, we're like, no, you can't say that. I was like, fair enough. I mean, for the streamer, what's the better platform to watch on in terms of ad bucks? Chat can answer. YouTube is better for... I think my main audience is from YouTube, okay? My main audience is YouTube. So when it comes to money, it's like, look, I don't really stream for the money. Although I make more from YouTube just in people like Crypto. My boy, W's in chat for my boy. Giving me super chats, you know? The way that you make money on Twitch is by like subscriptions, and like I only stream once a week, so I don't think people subscribe to me because of that. But you know, if you don't like ads, then the subscription's only a couple dollars away, boys. Couple dollars away, or give me a Jeff Bezos bucks. That's right. You don't even need to pay out of your own wallet. You pay out of Jeff Bezos's wallet. Okay? If you guys don't know, you get 1 free Prime a month. Spend it on me. Now, another thing that I want to do is I want to work out days where I can stream besides today. Okay? I want to stream twice in a week. I was going to do it this week, but I just got mad busy with everything. Give Prime, please. Yeah, thank you. That's right. W's in the chat for the moderation team, by the way, boys. Damn, this game is actually good. I didn't see you live a lot. Yeah, look, the thing about this game is like, I know what vibe I want. I know what genre I want. I know generally what I want to do with it. But a lot of people ask me the same question, which is like, what's the game loop? And it's like, well, it's an open world game. So there's going to be a lot of stuff to do. And it's going to have like an unfolding storyline. You know, it's kind of like, what's the main loop for GTA? You like kind of just do missions and make money. That's kind of what I want to do with this game as well, where it's pretty freeform, but it's also like quite a linear story. Maybe I'll have like some alternate endings or some bullcrap like that. I don't know. Abiotic factor. I'll keep both open and mute one, bro. That's commitment right there, dude. That's commitment right there. All of you guys watching on Twitch, open the YouTube stream as well, or just mute one of them, okay? That's mad funny. Just start telling people to do that. Shame them if they don't. I do it all the time. Yeah, but you're a legend, bro. W's in chat for my boy Capata. W's in the chat. Yeah, look, he's on both platforms right now. Okay. So the last thing that I did, I think at the end of last stream, was I cleared out this area. I opened this area up. I was gonna just build another building here, but the more that I have this open area here, the more I'm thinking like we should probably do something else with it instead of just have one building. Because like this is really, really good like real estate, you know what I mean? Like it's not the best, but it's like very central. You know what I mean? And like also, this is like the richest part of the island, right? We also need to add another business. I've thought of another business to add. It's free real estate. Make it a playground. You know what? That's honestly not a bad idea, but I don't want to put kids in this game, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to add combat at some point. And like, you can't go around bashing the crap out of kids, you know? As much as I know some of you guys want to. Is there a convenience store? There is. What I want to do is I want to add like a British chip shop. You know? Chip shop, gravy, the Queen's gravy, mushy peas, you nonce. You know what I'm saying? You can't have a dock without fishing mini games. Should be illegal. Look, there's fishing in the game. I'll show you because I recognize the name, but yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you guys what we've done. I'll give you a brief little overview. So the convenience store is here. I think it's small enough to just be able to go in, grab a few things, and then like, you know, leave. I don't know what hours I want the convenience store to be open. But obviously that's another thing that we're doing at the moment is having businesses close their doors. I don't know if you guys saw that before. I think I did this one off stream, but like at a certain time, the business opens its doors. And then they close at their closing time as well. Closing time. I've got to set up the rest of these businesses. Maybe that's something that we'll do today as well. Like the real estate place, the crystal shop, etc. I know we need to add a bait shop in there somewhere, but I think the bait shop is going to be like the main part of the game, you know, for like when you start the game as a new user, I think you'll start as an employee of the bait shop or the owner of the bait shop, because remember, this game is about baiting. This game is about alchemy and baits and stuff like that, right? And like catching fish. So a lot of people like you know, ask me to describe the game, and my like general stock answer is it's like Schedule 1 but with fishing. It's the easiest way to explain what I want this game to be. So we've kind of drawn inspiration from Far Cry 5 fishing, where we don't have a mini game for it just yet, but we've got like the nice like physics rod, you know, like our illuminated line, and obviously the line will turn like more red as it goes to like snap, which I think is, you know, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty innovative way to do it. But before we do that, I think there's another few things that I have to do. So I'm not like rushing to implement the fishing mechanic just yet. We've got an inventory system, yeah, where we can like stash stuff inside the esky here on the boat. We've got a boat, so there will be zones in the ocean, which will eventually put landmarks out in the ocean, so it'll be a lot easier to tell where these like sections are. And then specific sections at specific times of the day with specific baits will let you catch specific fish, okay? I know I said specific a lot, but that's kind of what the game's going to be, where you have to do a lot of exploration and experimentation, yeah? I can't take full credit for the clouds, okay? I know you said that the clouds look great. I am going to probably change them to be a little bit more stylized by the end of the game, but I'm not too concerned about an art pass just now. This does look very stock standard Sky 3D. I also want to have like a different night sky. Like, you know, these are actual constellations. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like this is like the Milky Way and like all of the constellations, and I don't know if I want it to be like rooted in reality or not, but we'll figure that out later, because honestly it doesn't matter right now. You know, this is Sky 3D. This is the thing that's doing the day-night cycle. Sky 3D is by Tokusan Games, the same people that do Terrain 3D. For those of you that have ever researched how to do terrain in Godot, generally speaking, there's only like 3 plugins that do it well. We got Terrain 3D, M Terrain, and another one, but I can't really remember the name of it. But Terrain 3D is the best one. And the developer is so busy making these two plugins, Terrain 3D and Sky 3D, that he's basically stopped working on the, look, Big Dipper, he's basically stopped working on the game that originally warranted him creating these in the first place, which I think is really funny. TerraBrush, there you go. TerraBrush is the last one. So, like I said, I can't take too much credit. Like, I've tweaked it and played around with it a bit. And also, like, I've added things like, synchronization of, like, wind, so we can get these, like, cool sort of effects where the ocean is moving in the same direction as the clouds and stuff like that. The ocean is a thing of its own. Like, man, that took us a few weeks to actually get looking that good. We've also got like weather effects, which I need to integrate the fog. It's a little bit complicated because when we talk about integrating fog, it's a bit like in the morning, I want it to be a little bit foggy. But if it's raining, I want it to be a lot foggy. There's a lot of like little logical things that we've got to do. And also I want there to be like a weather prediction system where a day in advance, the next day's weather is already being calculated, if you know what I mean. So like you might be able to go to the fortune teller and figure out what the weather's going to be the next day, you know? And also we need to do things like add in like a particle box here, or like, what do you call it? A particle collider? You know, to the indoor areas, but that's fine. That's fine. Dang, that rain looks good. Yeah, I can give you guys that rain. I'm pretty sure I've shared it before. Yo, what up, Retro? What's good, Misty? Hit me 2 times. There you go, dude. I hit you 3 more times. That's right. I'm sorry I didn't read your text, but you know what I mean? You just gotta take what you get sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And that's all we can really ask for. You did the video and made that basic light blue rain boxes, but this one's a little bit different. Yeah, it is. If you guys want, I can provide this rain scene, and I think, is there code? Okay, yeah, there is code. What does the code do? Oh, it follows the play around, of course. Hey, that's pretty cool. And then rain sound. Oh, it's like a whole scene of its own. Okay, hold on. Maybe I can share this to you guys on Discord. And then because it doesn't use like any external, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't use any external textures or like resources. Then it means that you can just drag and drop it straight into your game, dude. Rain.gd. I wonder if I do this. There we go. So links down below. If you want this rain, go to the Discord. I've just chucked it in the general chat. You guys can literally just drag and drop it straight into your game, I'm pretty sure. I would drag the rain.gd in first, and then you might have to like reset that up. I'm not sure how TSCN files work like that. But yeah, the way that it works, yeah, I'll show you guys. The way that it works is it's this big volume that follows the play around, right? And because the coordinate system is set to, well, sorry, I should say it's not set to local. It means that when the system moves around, see, when I've got it set to local, man, this bitrate is gonna destroy it. But look, see, it moves the whole thing around emissions and everything, or emitter and everything, right? Now, if I change local coordinates off, which is off by default, when we move the node around, it only moves the emitter, right? So it means that wherever the player is, that's where the emissions are going to be, right? And this whole scene just follows the play around. So it's also the way that the ocean works as well, where we can't really have rain that's infinite X by infinite Y. You know what I mean? By like, 20 meters Z or whatever. Same with the ocean. We can't have an infinitely big ocean. So what we do have is we have a 2 kilometer wide ocean, a 2 kilometer squared ocean that follows the play around. So if we got in that boat, we could go 100 Ks in basically any direction and the ocean would still be there. Yeah, it's the same way GTA 3 does it, just a box around the player. Look, it's the most optimized way to do it. It's the best way to do it. Any other way that isn't like screen space related, like you could probably write a shader to just look at the player's position. You know what I mean? You could probably write a shader to do this. And then just have it screen space, but I don't like that. Like, these particles actually exist in a 3D space. Like, you know, here, you can see them. You know what I mean? Like, you can see them in 3D. They have positions. Oh, we just got kicked out. So it looks like snow, not gonna lie. No, it does. Honestly, it does look a little bit like snow. Like, I've got to tweak it a little bit. Obviously, it's white, but as soon as you start adding transparency to things, it starts messing around. Like, I think it's a little bit transparent. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I've got to tweak it, you know. And it looks like sleet too. It's not really like heavy rain. Like, to get good game, by the way, to get heavy rain, you really can't just add a shitload of particles. You also need to do like fog. So I'll show you what that looks like.
Days, man.
Yo, welcome to the channel, dog. What else have I missed? Is anybody saying anything? I'm going to my accountant today, baby. Hell yeah, tax time. I got to do my taxes too, but because I work for myself, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Usually just have to go through like my entire year's worth of transactions, which sucks ass, but it's okay. For stream, I guess making the visuals and level design early makes sense to keep people engaged. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the reality of it. And that's what, it wasn't Danny Dev, it was some other like prolific, dev blog person. He was making like a game that was like Driver. Maybe you guys know him. He was making a game that was like Driver for the PS1, but he was making like a you know, 2025 2026 version of it, right? Now he went into detail about why he doesn't want to do dev blogs anymore at one point, and what he said was pretty much along the lines of like, a lot of game design or game development is boring to the end user. You know what I mean? You kind of need to have something flashy on screen, or like something aesthetic, you know, or like be working on visuals or particles or something like that to grab people's attention. Because if you're just talking about like optimization and code and other things like that, people tune out. They don't care, because a lot of the times, like, it's not relevant. Like, I don't really like hearing about other people's coding challenges either, to be honest. Except for Sebastian Leg, is that his name? Sebastian Leg? The Coding Explorations or whatever his series is called. I absolutely love that, because it's like, it's complicated shit. And it's really, really interesting. But also, he's got this beautiful visual element where he's just got a really nice way of showing things off as he's working on them. And I just can't be... You know what? I just can't fuck doing that, to be completely honest. It's like every step of the way, you've got to stop and then write another bit of code to actually visualize what you're doing. And it's like, I just can't be bothered doing that. Danny Dev. Remember Danny Dev? Carlson, Muck, fucking Megabonk. Danny also spoke about how, well, sorry, he didn't speak about it, but like, you can tell, like, when you watch his videos, the second that he gets to the coding part, he just goes, you guys don't care about this, boom. And so like, he'd never ever really talk about his code, you know. It was always about something else. So yeah, while I'm on stream, I want to do things that are like visual and like easy to understand. So if you guys have any ideas, just throw them at me and like maybe we can do them. Okay, let's scroll down. So drag and drop worked, then I can see the rain working. Yep, that's it. I mean, a lot of it is just like, is not the turbulence, but like getting like the damping right, you know, and stuff like that. Thanks, man. Game is looking pretty cool, isn't it? Oh yeah, before I show you anything about IK, I want to show you like a simulation of what we could get heavy rain to look like. I'll stop this music for now. I love the Crusaders, but it's just not the vibe. Also, if you guys have suggestions for music, Twitch people, YouTube, unfortunately, there's no way that I can play music live and not have it show up on the VOD. Yeah, let me know. Let me know below. So I'm going to show you guys how this world environment works with fog. I'm not really going to show you, but like, let's say I turn fog on, right? Okay, there's some fog there. The density, you know what I mean? Like heavy fog kind of looks like that, but I've also got to figure out how to get that to show up over the sky. I think we do like this, something like that. But then we've got to change like the light intensity. This needs to work in the daytime and the nighttime as well. So it's a little bit dodgy, and I don't want to use volumetric light either because volumetric light is expensive. But you can see here, it's like this looks a lot more like it's raining. You know what I mean? Like when I've got it turned off, it doesn't really look like rain. You know what I mean? So when it comes to the fog, like there's a lot I've got to do, you know? Yeah, pretty much. Screw fog, dude. Yeah, I don't know. So I'll turn off the rain for now as well. But yeah, if you guys want, that rain is available on Discord. I should probably also make it available on Patreon. Like, I feel bad because I haven't really added much to Patreon in the last, like, week or two. But, like, man, I've just been so freaking busy. And whenever I sit down to, like, work on a tutorial, I was like, boys, I'm going to be honest. I'm, like, starting to run out of ideas, boys. I'm seriously starting to run out of ideas with tutorials. So if you guys have any ideas, let me know, okay? I think the next one I want to do is like, it's basically like things that I picked up that you should know, you know? It's like a 10 tips, 10 Godot, advanced Godot tips, you know what I mean? And I'm going to make that one probably later today or like tomorrow. And then I want to do a level select one. 12-hour every tutorial compilation. Yeah, I'll just start adding them together. That's actually hell funny, dude. I'll just call it the Godot Masterclass, yeah? Fox Alt, I wonder who that could be. Welcome to the stream, dog. Yeah, I've got YouTube stream up. There's a YouTube stream up right now. Bro, is it like... No, it's showing. Yeah, okay. No, YouTube's up. Maybe I've got to, like, post it around a little bit more. I don't know. You guys can, like, post my links around. This is probably a bad idea, but I got AI last year to scrape through my transactions that I exported out as a CSV. I also got it to go through my relevant invoices and extrapolate any relevant deductions. You know what? I did the same thing. You know? And I reckon even if you're like working a regular job and not just like working on an ABN or whatever you guys call it in the States, like I am, like, you know, like self-employed, do it anyway, because you might find a whole bunch of deductions that you can deduct, you know? So like for me, I need to deduct things like my internet bill and other things like that. So I probably should go to an accountant, but like Claude does a pretty freaking good job, not gonna lie. I also did it when I had a dispute with my old boss about like hours that he was supposed to pay me for that he didn't. And man, Claude did a great job, dude. He was only $50 off. Very nice. 1099s, is that what you call your contract work? Yeah, so in Australia, you've got to get what we call an ABN, or like a business number. And that can be sole trader, so it's linked to yourself. And that's different from creating a company. You know what I mean? A tutorial on how to install a spoon engine on a Honda Civic with T66 turbos and NOS and a Motec system exhaust. I feel like you're quoting Fast and the Furious or something like that, and I just don't get it. Let us give thanks and praise. Do you guys remember that? The scene where they're like, he's like praying. He's like thanking God for like, you know, turbos and like nitrous injection systems and stuff like that. Iconic. Yeah, instead of a W-2, which is standard, they take taxes out, and if you do contract work, it's a 1099. Yeah, okay. You know what, boys? I pay taxes in America. How crazy is that? I pay taxes in the US because of a treaty that Australia and America have, which is wild. This is a tax stream. Yeah. You guys want to go over my transactions with me? You guys want to point out things that I can claim? Nah, dude. Live chat, here we go. All right. I had to file US taxes. Yeah, you just reminded me. I think I've got to refile my Patreon form as well. You've got to like submit it every like 2 years or something like that. So I've got to do that for YouTube, Patreon, and Twitch, which sucks ass, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, and Steam. I've got to do it. So Patreon, YouTube, Twitch, and Steam. I've got to do it 4 times, bro. 4 times. Oh my god. Okay, so let's make that Jeff Bezos bucks and that Susan Wojcicki shekels worth it, okay, boys? And what I mean by that is hit that subscribe button, okay, boys? I'm gonna need everybody in chat right now, in YouTube, to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and if you've got an extra Prime, throw it at me, or you know, stop watching. You know what I'm saying? Just kidding. Although, if you are watching on YouTube and you don't like the video, you're a piece of crap, okay? So, okay. Aesthetics-wise, there is a lot of stuff that I want to change here, okay? So, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but, like, when I first started working on this game, I didn't... Oh, yeah, we've got a button to turn off the UI as well. I wasn't really making things with, like, actual... interior geometry like planned, you know what I mean? So like, let's look at Joe's Fish Shack over here. You see the footprint of this building is quite small compared to some other buildings, right? But this is just a business, you know what I mean? And so from the inside, it's medium, but it's also still quite small, right? So if you lived in an apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment, it might be like half the size of this, you know what I mean, in terms of the game, right? But some of these houses that I've made, they look like this, right? And that's fine when we only have a front door, but like, look at the interior area, you know? So it pains me, but what I want to do is I want to go back through and make these a little bit more realistic. Like, let's say 60 or 70% of like realism. You know what I mean? So it doesn't need to be 100%. Otherwise, everything would look like this. You know what I mean? Every single apartment would kind of look like that. This church is big enough, just like tiny little pews on the right and the left. This gym, I actually want to split in 2. I decided the other day I want to split in 2. So there's some big changes that that I've got planned. Because the gym only serves one purpose, and that is, no, 2 purposes. To get swole and to charge batteries, right? But I'm thinking of actually moving the battery charge thing to like an industrial area. So realistically, this gym is in such a nice spot. This could be anything else. You know what I mean? This could be something else, like really nice. And like, look at the view. Like, it doesn't really make sense for like a gym to have like one of the best plots of land in the entire game. You know what I mean? It also doesn't make sense for a crystal shop, and real estate doesn't serve enough purpose to warrant, you know, a what do you call it? Like a business size to be this big as well. So what I'm thinking with the gym is I've got to figure out where I want to split it. And I've also got to figure out what we can put in here as well. Or the alternative is we just move the gym somewhere else. So I was thinking even here might be good for the gym. But I actually haven't come up with like what this business should be. So, you know what I mean? So anybody in chat that has an idea, like what should this like cool area be? Because I really like the way that this area looks, you know, with like the grapevine, the stairs that go up to it. Like I feel like this needs to be quite like, I don't want to say the word prestigious, but like upper class, you know what I mean? An Italian or French restaurant. You know what? That actually is a pretty good idea. I'll make like another restaurant, and they can be like, you know, like the cheap restaurant maybe, with a decent restaurant, you know, the beachside restaurant that's been there for generations, and then like some bougie like Italian restaurant, because that's actually not a bad idea. So this area out here I've also reserved for more concrete buildings. So I'm pretty sure I moved this building right here over from where it was over there, and that's because like I feel like feel this out with me, right? So we walk through here, we're gonna have a business on the corner here. I think this is where I want to put the chip shop. We've got this interior area here which only has like one, like I'm pretty sure this is just going to be a house, like a mission house, maybe like some significant mission house, or maybe a house that you can live in at some point. And then let's say this, like we've got to put on our creativity hats, okay, boys? We've got to be creative right now. We need to use our imagination, okay? As SpongeBob says. Oh man, that's a good fight. So we walk through here, and then I want like another concrete building right here. And then I might have to make like another staircase or something, and then have like an upper area, because I really feel like the verticality hasn't been explored enough. And then what we could do is we could even extend this restaurant, I guess, out over to the left, and then create like another underpass, you know what I mean? Like I really want these buildings to feel a little bit more connected. And there's not too much that I can do right here. Although if I wanted to have like another level on top of these buildings, I could. And then maybe we could turn this area into like a stairwell instead of like a house. This could be like a stairwell that goes up to the upper levels. You know what I mean? And then over here, like this is really like the kind of commerce, you know, like business areas and stuff like that. And then, so it doesn't really make sense for there to be like a house here, unless it's like, you know, somebody that you get contracts from. Also, this window here is like, it really serves no purpose. You know what I mean? So those are the ideas that I've got right now with the level design. I don't know if you guys want to do another Blender stream, basically, where we work all of this stuff out. But I think that's one of the most important things that this game needs, is a little bit more verticality and interconnectedness in sort of this area. And that's mainly just to create like a bit more of like a cozy feeling even. Like imagine having like a tunnel right here that we walk through. Maybe not like a tunnel, but like something like this, you know? Like really add some life into, and like personality even, like into the area. And then it needs to slowly transition over into the slums, which I'm slowly pushing more to this beach. Yo, what up, Eric? How's it going, dog? An Italian slum mob boss lives there for sure. Well, that's what I was thinking too. Like maybe it can be like the classic Italian restaurant where the mob boss hangs out, you know? It's just like, this really isn't very nice of a view, but I don't think that really matters. I think being able to see the sunset, you know, from here is kind of nice, but also like, you know, whatever, dude, you know, it doesn't matter. That's like the best view that they've got. It's better than having the window over here facing the slums, you know what I mean? Nobody wants that, especially not a rich ass mob boss, you know? So potentially that mob boss lives here too. I'm not sure. Anyway, these are the things that I'm thinking, right? And this is why it's so important to not get married to ideas too quickly, okay? Because remember, like this area here was a slum building as well. That was actually this building on the end here, remember? Like way back in the day. And like I just didn't fuck with it. It was in a bad spot, right? Did I enlarge the map? Yes, I did. So I've made the map bigger on this side here. I've made it bigger up the top there. I've moved a bunch of stuff over, right? And then down here, so I need to move this whale actually. I got to actually move it to not be clipping into this wall. It's not very realistic. So how's that? It's a little bit shit, honestly. Maybe like that? Yeah, that's a little bit better for now. But yeah, we've got the whale, which is going to be important to the story as well, obviously. And then this whole section down here, I turned into a cliff face. Now, I've also got a problem with that too, because let's say you're here, and then, yeah, I added this path here. So, oh yeah, that's right. I did this all off stream. So I added this path here because I think it's kind of nice. And it kind of wraps around like the, we need to add a run button, a sprint button. Maybe we should do that today as well. We'll add a sprint button. Or toggle or something like that. So I think this is nice. We've got to add something in here, but I might just add like, maybe like a gazebo or something like that. You know what I mean? Like some park stuff. Maybe that's where we can add like a playground. And then we can have like tape all around it because it got closed down. You guys remember that when they were closing down the parks during COVID? Maybe we'll do a little tip of the hat to that. There's like a fucking children's park with like danger tape all over it. So here we want the tall jetties. That's what I'm calling this area, right? But the reason, sorry, let me let my cats out. There you go. I forgot that I hadn't unlocked that. We lock our cats in overnight because there are some feral cats next door. Feral boy tomcats next door that they like to fight. So we lock them in at night. So yeah, like this cliff face right here I think is really cool. But the only problem I have, and we might just make it like a too bad so sad kind of situation, where if you fall off into the water here, it's like, which way do you go to get up? Like right here, you're really kind of screwed. So I was thinking of adding even just like a nice little path up here that you could get back up from. But then it also kind of, it means that we maybe want to add like another tiny little area here, you know, for like fishing and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like another little like mini beach or something like that. And it could be like the North Beach, the dodgy North Beach or something like that. You know what I mean? Because it's got cliffs everywhere. That's where the kids can come and like smoke weed or something like that. You know what I mean? The dodgy one. The dodgy beach. Yeah? So, the other thing is, should this beach right here be like we get to see the sunset from here, right? This is kind of like my rock beach, like my shit beach. And I'm thinking like, maybe I should like increase the value of this area as well. So like the gentrification comes from like not having any nice areas at all. You know what I mean? So like if we push the slums all the way up to this beach right here, to think about it, like that's really high value property. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of this in realistic terms. Because people are going to play the game and they're going to be like, what kind of a slum sits right on a nice beach where you can see the sunrise? And it's like, true. But also this part of the island was supposed to be industrious. So I want to add like a concrete like jetty that comes out of here and like there's like a garbage barge. You know what I mean? Slum should sit with the cliffs. Yeah, that's what I think. It should be probably up here, right? Like in this area. Yeah? Kind of like in this area. You're a garbage barge, bro. Is that funny? Huh? Boys, do we have another do we have another, what was it? Wait, hold on a minute. What's that sound off in the distance, bro?
Was it funny?
Oh, that's right. We haven't done this one for a little while. Was it funny? Boys, okay, we got some jokers in the chat. We got a couple jokers in the chat. Now, the way that Was It Funny works is if you think it was funny, you smash that W. If you think it was a crap joke, you hit that L button, okay? All right? Now, keep in mind that Mark is an admin, okay? And I don't have any control over what he does with his admin powers, okay? So put a W in chat if you think it was funny. Put an L in chat if you think that he could have done a better job. Put a P in chat if you're a freaking idiot, dude. Yeah, okay. Being an admin does make it funnier. Yeah, it makes it a lot funnier. So funny that we're all scared of putting L's in chat, okay? And that in itself, I think, is hilarious. So put your hands together, W's in the chat for my boy, Marky. Machinator, him being admin does make it funny. It is very funny. Guy's names checks out, yeah. Machinator. Okay, it reminds me of It's Always Sunny. Remember that episode where he does the Extreme Mac? What's that called, Marky? It's like Mac Extreme. Pyrotechnics. And he lights the fireworks off his arm and then... I don't know, you can figure it out. So yeah, like we've got to work out the eastern part of the island, right? Just regular Mac for me. Yeah, dark humor. It's just called regular humor. It's just my type of regular humor for me. So here, I'll put us in the right direction. So this is what it looks like from the top. Okay. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then I'll stop the time from progressing.
Boring.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit boring. Game time enable, there we go. But we've got to work this stuff out, okay? So, on the west side, okay, and I'm a little bit biased because I'm from Western Australia, and Project Badass, that's the one, yeah, hilarious. The thing about is this Zelda, I mean, we're kind of going for like graphics in that same era of like, not N64 necessarily, because I never grew up with an N64, so I don't really have that like much of an emotional connection to it. And you know what? I barely had a PlayStation 2 either. Like, I'm going for like early 2000s, late 90s, like PC games. You know what I mean? Yeah. K-Way, we're not from NZ, as we say, NZ. Ram, have you thought about hiring an intern to be a video and clip editor? The problem is, right, you pay someone to make clips and they make shit clips. Like, what do, right? Unless you pay like top dollar for somebody that actually knows what they're doing. But like, I kind of like, it's my problem with like delegation with everything, right? Is like, it only gets done right when I do it myself. And I don't want to pay anybody, to be completely honest. Like, that's what it comes down to, really, at the end of the day. It would be nice if I was streaming more often, I might think about it a little bit more. But like, I make my own clips, you know, and I just gotta like add the captions and actually upload them. But like, I don't know. At the moment, I've been adjusting how I make content to try and work out like a better schedule. You know what I mean? We gonna get draxed. I feel that. I can vouch. Man doesn't pay. Hell yeah, I don't. Yeah. Even when we scam people to come and pay for the Patreon, I still don't pay my admins, dude. I don't know if it's narcissism. It's just like my experience with getting people to do stuff is I give them money and they give me dog shit back, and I wonder why the hell I did it in the first place, you know? That's happened a bunch of times. Like, I had one guy I paid to take some screenshots because I just didn't have time to take some screenshots of like, it's unaccessible or something like that. I was like, just go get a bunch of really cool screenshots. And like, no, he said that he was going to make me cover art for the game, like, you know, like Steam cover art for the game. And I was like, sure, dude. I paid him, you know, it was like 50 or $100 or something like that. And then what he gave me back was so absolutely dog shit that I couldn't even use it, right? I couldn't even fucking use it. So I just told him, I was like, just go take some screenshots then. You know, go take me like 20 or 30 screenshots of the game, like in random spots. And he did. And it was like, okay, I'm never working with you again, bro. Like, like, why would you do, like, anyway, that's what it comes down to is I have high standards, you know, and I'm my biggest critic, you know? So when it comes to doing things like making logos and stuff like that, it's like I just get stun locked because I'm like, I get so just stun locked with stuff. So it's almost easy to just offload it. But then what I get back is so trash that I end up just having to do it myself, you know? Well, okay, don't pay me, but give me something to do. All you have to do is hit that clip button, dude. You know, the best thing that you can do is just hit the clip. When I say some, especially educational stuff, or if I'm hanging shit on Unity, that's the best thing that you can clip, right? on Twitch, anyway. Yeah, but that happens a lot when it comes to creative things. I asked someone to write me and operate an opening to a movie. It was so rushed, pay me, can't even use it. Yeah, you know, and it sucks because like anytime that I get contracted work, I put like, you know, my heart and soul into it, bro. Like maybe not my heart and soul. Like it's still a job at the end of the day. You don't want to lose your mind over something like that. But I make sure it's good. You know what I mean? Like even the last time like I got contracted to do Godot work was for G-Wiz, was his car controller. We all know about that. And like, man, I made sure that that car controller was fucking schmick, bro, because my name is being associated with that, right? He's going to tell people that I made it, and he has been. So it's like, I'm not gonna put shit out, bro. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get like either recurring work or like, you know, a good vouch like in the future. Like it's that's what it comes down to, is like, it's not really like it needs to be up to my standards. It's just like anytime I've tried, it's been not up to my standards. I mean, whatever, dude. So anyway, we're looking at the map from above, okay? Let's actually take a screenshot of this. I'll take a screenshot of this and we'll move over into Paint. Yeah? So I feel like we can get a little bit more done with Paint. Okay? How do we get this on the other side of the screen? Yeah, educational stuff does really well in clips. Like when you're actually teaching stuff and you're not just like, look how funny my stream is. Like nobody cares about that, you know? Unless it's like actually really, really funny. But like the main thing that people watch in clips is like, it's educational stuff. And I mean, that's my whole brand, is like, I'm trying to teach people stuff, you know? So anything that's like within that vein is like, is really useful for me. So let me just kind of work this out here. This is kind of the rich area. Yeah? The richers. The riches are here. Right? This is high value property, right? Because this is where the sun sets. And I'm biased because I'm in Western Australia and the sun sets over the beach here, right? So like when you're in the West, it's like, you know, you take girls down to the beach to watch the sunset and stuff like that. That's just what you do. So this area here is actually called Sunset. That's why I'm calling this area Sunset, because that's where the sun sets, right? Now, sunrise, I've always thought it was hilarious because unless you're getting up at 5 in the morning, you know what I mean? Unless you're getting up at 5 in the morning, you can't take a girl for a date down to the freaking beach, the cold ass beach at 5 in the morning, 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning to watch the sunrise. That's not romantic. That sounds like a pain in the ass, right? So sunrise, in my head, has like way less value. Even though in Australia, our capital city is over east, you know, they got gypped because like we've got beautiful sunsets in Perth. Absolutely beautiful. We've got beautiful beaches in Perth, you know. You camp at the beach and watch the sunrise. That sounds terrible, dude. What girl's gonna want to go on that date, dude? Why not just recreate Perth? Your map is nearly half the size already. Come on, dude. Perth's not that small, bro. Okay? Heaps. No, you don't. When was the last time you did that? When was the last time you actually did that? You know what? And like, so beach culture in Perth is like, there's a lot of ice cream shops open past sunrise or sunset, you know? So you go down to the beach, you find a nice spot on the beach, you go and get an ice cream from the ice cream shop, the gelato shop, the Italian ice cream shop, yeah? You take your girl down to the beach with your ice creams and you watch the sunset. That's right, sprag your sense. You go get a sprag, yeah? Go get yourself a sprag and an ice cream. Sprag flavored ice cream, boys. You take your girl down to the beach, you watch the sunset, yeah? You eat your ice cream, and then you go home and smash. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works when you live close to a sunset beach, right? Sunrise beach, very different, okay? Because of the implication, exactly. Especially when you take them out onto the water, boys. And they're on a boat, and they can't escape. You know what I'm saying? So, on the right, we've got Sunrise Beach, which to me is blah, blah. But, in the game, it's quite a pretty sunrise, okay? And also, like, you're going to be awake at sunrise, okay? That's when the game day starts, is at sunrise. You know, if you get a good enough sleep anyway. Like, if you get a shitty sleep, you wake up at like 10 a.m. or something like that. You know what I mean? So if you go to bed at like 3 a.m. in the game, you wake up at like 10 a.m. Otherwise, you go to bed at like, you know, a reasonable time and you wake up at like 5 a.m. or something like that. Start your day early. So I want to increase, yeah, the value of this beach here. And I've got to figure out how. How can we increase the value of Sunrise Beach? Literally just look at the beach and leave, LeMayo. Fuck the beach. Bro, you're not from Western Australia, okay? You don't get it. Okay? It's sunset, dude. Fresh mountain water shits all over it, dude. Yeah, shut up, bro. Whatever. Okay? Well, listen. Look at this. Perth, Australia sunsets. Beautiful. Sunsets, 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 sunsets. Over the beaches. Remember that song? Beaches, beaches. Oh, it's beautiful, dude. You know, and it's at a reasonable time, so people are awake. You know, they've just been out all day. Come down to the beach, watch the sunset. And then it gets real cold real quick, so you get the fuck out of there pretty damn quick, you know? But either way, you eat your ice cream. You know, like, how are you going to have an ice cream with a girl on a sunrise beach? It's like, you go home, you're like, there's no ice cream places open at 5 a.m., dude. Come on. You know, if you want to eat ice cream on the beach, then it's like you're putting ice cream in a sandwich bag. This is you. Bro, this is you. You Eastern Statesers. You're putting ice cream into a sandwich bag, yeah? And then you're freezing it overnight, and then you're bringing it down to the beach with you in the morning at 5 a.m. to eat with a girl. It's just not on, dog. It's just not on. Yo, what up, Henry? How's it doing, dog? It's just fat and lactose intolerant. Yeah, shut up, dude, okay? Yeah? A rig's got to be a rig, you know? Dude, okay? You're insulting all plus-size creators right now, dude. So, Sunrise Beach, okay, boys, I really need you guys' help. How do we increase the value of Sunrise Beach? Like, what should we add there? Like, should we add, like, another... No, like, what do you do in the morning? Like, what's on your beaches, bro? What do you do in the morning? I take zero offense and I embrace this more. Yeah. Bro has to eat an ice cream at sunset. I can't even eat ice cream, dude. A yacht. So we want to have the yachts up north. So this is the really, really rich area. This area right here. So we're going to have yachts like off the north, off the northern coast, and it'll be like when you try and get close to the yacht, they'll like shoot at you or something like that, you know, so you can't even get close to the yacht until you've like, you know, gotten into like the higher echelon.
Stark super chatted $3.53.
Give me your fucking money. Bro, my boy Zeph Star, thank you very much. I'm sure you were here at the start of the stream when I explained that I was robbed. I was robbed on the weekend. So that $5 will go towards repairing my motorbike. Dude, they tried to hotwire it. They like cut some wires and shit. Dude, like, and I didn't even realize until yesterday when I was actually assessing the damage because like they'd broken a fairing. Absolutely wanked it, dude. Absolutely wanked it. Do I have any other pictures? I think I might have actually added some pictures to Discord. Check this out. Hold on. I got another couple videos that I uploaded. I'll just show you guys these videos straight away. Just need to make sure that it's not showing anything that it shouldn't show. Okay, check this out. Check this out. This is my bike actually being recovered. This was the cop bringing my bike back. I didn't even believe it, bro. I was like, no way. Like, there's actually a video of me out front, like, watching my Ring camera, where I'm like, no way they found my bike. And I turned around and I was like, Carrie, get out here. It's like, they found my motorbike. Now, the thing that they didn't understand, I hope you guys can actually see that, right? The thing that these idiot robbers didn't understand is that my motorbike, it doesn't run right now. Right, it's got like, it needs to have a service. So like you can turn it on, but you can't rev it or it just dies. Like it needs to have its like pilot injector cleaned. Like the idle works, but the actual injector is just like gummed up because I haven't driven it in like a year, you know? I haven't ridden it in like a year. So these freaking idiots stole a bike with flat tires, yeah, that won't even turn over. So stupid, dude. So dumb. So here was the other video that I got. Here's the other video I got. If you can kind of see the damage there. You can kind of see the damage right there where they've like broken the fairing. Like here, you see that? See right next to where the H is, they actually snapped like the fairing. And underneath there, they've tried to like hotwire the bike. Like, this is what I noticed here. The kill switch is actually on top of the fairing. And I'm like, how is that even possible? It's because they tried to rip the fairing off to try and get underneath it to actually try and hotwire it. And it's like, you guys are so stupid. So freaking absolutely stupid, boys. But, you know, damn fine police work, everybody. Damn fine police work. Let's go. Yo, Marky, you still in chat? Yo, Marky, where you at? Yeah, I need some moderation in the chat. So look at this. By the way, anybody that wasn't here at the start of the video, check this out. Boom! We got the guy on camera. Big dum-dum. Ran right in front of my Ring camera. Right after the light turned on. Big idiot. We got his face. Oh my god. So stupid, dude. Absolute idiot, bro. Yeah, pretty stupid of him, hey? Very, very, very dumb. Very dumb. Yo, what's up? Why is that guy hanging from your light? Yeah, I had some stuff stolen from me on the weekend. Do. Hold on, guys. Huh, okay. Just give me a sec. We're gonna get, where the hell has Scatterman been? Yeah, we've got to figure out a way to actually add value to the right sunrise area. Did he really need a new light though? No, he didn't need a new light. The idiot wanted a bike, a motorbike. And he took the wrong one. You guys know what I'm saying? Took the wrong one. Idiot. YouTube. Do 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 do. When. Where are you? Here you are. So what can we do? We need to add add my bike to the game. I'm considering it. Maybe we should add it somewhere, right? Yeah, we can do that. We'll work it out, Mark. Like I said, it kind of sucks because we can't do it all in the same, like, window. But you can just kind of, like, pull up the chats from each of the streams. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Anyway, let's get back to the stream. So, sunrise, we need to add a little bit of value to, right? And so I'm going to add that here in white. It's like, actually, maybe we got to add it in a blue. We need to add value to area. But also, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, all areas that are next to a beach need to be expensive. Because, like I said, we want to add, like, a garbage dump there as well. You know what I mean? Smoking blunts with the dead whale at sunrise. Yeah, that's what's up, dog. So yeah, boys, I got my motorbike back eventually. 20 minutes later, actually, I got the motorbike back. So incredibly eventful weekend. And then all Sunday, I was pretty much like at the cop shop giving my statement. They caught 3 of the 4 boys. 3 of them went to jail that day. 3 of the boys went directly to jail, which is awesome. It's a really good result, honestly. I wish that all of them could have gone to jail, but, you know, it is what it is. So let's have a little bit of a look at the game now. There's a few things that we need to sort of... So like I said, this is really nice. This is like very obviously nice. And like I love the fact that there's like a chain link fence here, which will probably eventually expand out a whole bunch. I'm not really too sure. Or we're going to enclose this entire private beach in fence, because I think it's incredibly funny. Like, it's incredibly tone deaf and funny for like rich people to like ruin like an aesthetic area with like their own, you know, privacy stuff, you know, where they're like, screw you, don't come onto my beach. I'm willing to just like absolutely destroy like the way that this beach looks, like for my own benefit. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's really, really funny. Really, really funny. Okay. Give him a pet orca. He's lying. They're all in his basement. Actually, having a basement in this game would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of sick. Like, you know, basement for crabs. How much space do we actually have? Yeah, not really too much. Yeah, there's not really too much room. Your game's looking great. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. A lot of this is literally just... Oh, somebody asked before, like, do I do do I do doors with Godot or do I do them in Blender? I've got half of the door, right, which is this back half. I've got that in Blender, but last live stream, we copied those dimensions onto like a separate object. And so those separate objects are actually running inside Godot. So they're called business doors. I think we call them. Yeah, business door. Check this out. So the door itself has a closed position, which is in global coordinates. And then its position where it's at in the world is technically its open position. So this is its open position. And then this is its closed position here. Because obviously we've got a code on the business door. So then it just lerps from its open position to its closed position. And that's the way that it works. Really good. No way. Halloween the game has been banned in Australia, bro. Because smoking weed buffs Michael Myers in-game. The devs said that the controlled substance led to the ban rather than the game's violence. Wow. So that's what somebody was saying earlier. Somebody was saying earlier that weed got a game banned. So as far as I understand, weed cannot be a buff. Doing drugs cannot be a buff in-game. Is that what am I reading that correctly? So it can't be a buff in-game. It has to be a nerf, if anything. I'm just pulling this up so we can have a laugh at it on stream. Look at this. Halloween the game has been banned in Australia because smoking weed buffs Michael Myers in game. So isn't Tyler Australia from TVG? Yeah, but I think he did a good job of like making it so the weed and smoking crack and cocaine and stuff gives you negative effects, right? Been a while since a game was banned, I feel. Yeah, I mean, being Australian, like we know all about games getting banned. It's just like Left 4 Dead 2, remember that? Like, Left 4 Dead 2 got absolutely the shit nerfed out of it because it was just too violent. It was just too damn violent, right? And they just couldn't handle it, even though it's like an R18 game. No, I think they classified it as R18, which would kill sales. So, like, Valve basically went back and, like, reclassified it, you know, or like fix the game up. So basically what happens in the Australian version of Left 4 Dead 2, when a zombie dies, they fall to the ground and basically immediately disappear. Like there's no entrails, there's no, you know, like you can't dismember their bodies and stuff like that. They just fall to the ground and disappear. It's so weak, dude. And then eventually they lifted that, but the devs never went back and fixed it, I don't think. Maybe they fixed it at this point, but like that was a big deal back then because it was like, bro, like a game where you're like, where you're disemboweling zombies is not going to lead to like in real life violence, you know? And then the other thing is that the free spin in GTA, Manhunt 2. I mean, Manhunt was a pretty fucked game to begin with. They were asking for it, right? Like, they were asking for it. Bully, I mean, they had to rename Bully to Canis Canem Edit or whatever it was, right? They had to rename that for the Australian release because Bully wasn't allowed. And obviously, like, times have changed, but is that what they call it? Canis Canem Edit. Yep, here we go. So Rockstar Games renamed Bully to Canis Canem Edit in Australia and other PAL regions for its original PlayStation 2 launch to avoid intense public backlash and moral panic over school violence. Right? Yeah, it is kind of fucked, dude. My strain of weed allows me to run fast, jump high, and get away from cops. If that's not an advantage, I don't know what is. Yeah, look, that's true. Thank God for self-publishing now. Like, it's good, but it doesn't really fix the issue either. Like, the problem is that Australia is, I mean, it's a nanny state, dude. It really is. And, you know, like, it's so stupid because, you know, they banned gambling, but, like, people are still stealing shit from my fucking house, boys. People are still stealing motorbikes from my house. Maybe that's what they should be worried about instead of the free spin. Do you guys play GTA? GTA Online? You know the wheel? The spin wheel? Where you get one free spin a day? It's gone. It's not... I can't do it in Australia anymore. You know? And like... We're pretty sure that I'm going to need to upload my ID to somewhere just to play GTA 6 when it comes out. Which is freaking wild. Yeah, and Australia is the worst gambling nation in the entire world, and they go after games gambling because they're like, oh, maybe if we reach them while they're in their youth, maybe they won't gamble when they're older. Whereas like, the second you turn 18, you're getting like ads for sports bet, or like it's basically a rain bet, stake, sports bet. We've got a couple of them in Australia. We've got, what is it, Ladbrokes, something like that. We've got, dude, whenever the AFL is on, which is like our fucking, you know, national sport, it's just like sports bet ad, gamble responsibly, sports bet ad, gamble responsibly, sports bet, win money now, parlays, cheap parlays, and halfway through a bet, you can pull out and only lose half of your money instead of all of it. You know, like, it is egregious here. It's incredibly egregious. It preys on so many people. Pokies, yeah, pokies aren't really in Australian pubs. We've got them at our casino, like Crown Casino in WA. But our pubs don't have pokies. And so pokies, for anybody that doesn't know, is just like your, what do you call it? Like a slot machine. So, like, pubs here, some pubs here still do have slot machines, but I think it's like, I don't know how the law works. I really don't. But, like, it's so stupid, bro. The pool bar, yeah, the one-armed bandit, we call them. Seems worse than gambling. It kind of is, man. Yeah, sports betting is so messed up. They target people, dude, and they do it in a way that's convenient. Where, like, before sports betting, you used to have to go down to, we call it the TAB, you know, which is generally this betting establishment that's connected to like local pubs and taverns, and then you do like your betting inside the TAB. But I mean, yeah, like having it's just an app on your phone where you download an app and then you can immediately like put in your credit card and buy it money. It's just, and the ads, like when I say the ads are like egregious, they are non-stop. Yeah, good jump scare. I'll stop talking about Australian politics because honestly it's not getting any better, and complaining about it's not doing any good. So gaming lounges, classic. So we're going to continue with probably working on these slums, hey? Everywhere's like that. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's just like Australia likes to take the moral high ground and be like, we're doing something about it. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, we all know what the problem is and you're not doing anything about it, you know? Really, really, really stupid, dude. So I think I want to expand these buildings out. Like I said, I want to give them a more realistic interior footprint. And like these windows are very, very big. How the fuck are you going to ban smoking before gambling? Yeah, that's it. How are you going to ban vapes before gambling, bro? How are you going to ban vapes before banning smoking, bro? Dude, stop. We've got to get off of the Australian politics line of thinking, because at the end of the day, there's nothing we can do to fix it, bro. Like, there's nothing we can do. So I'm thinking this area here, maybe we won't mess with this area just yet. It's just like there's a lot of like weird little areas like this that kind of piss me off. And also we close the gap here So it becomes more of like a shortcut you got to parkour through instead of just like run through. We won the Emu War. Investigate the revenues of venues that have gambling facilities, and if they are primarily making money from gambling, then fuck it off. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Someone was using like 3 machines at the same time. I asked, can I use this one? He goes, yeah, as soon as I put in, I won the jackpot. The guy freaks out at the management. It's mine. Nah, sorry, buddy. That is hilarious, dude. That's really funny. That reminds me of that Daniels video, the Star Wars one. The Star Wars Gmod Daniels video. You remember that one, Marky? It's like, you're a filthy gambler. You're a filthy gambler. And then, like, as soon as he gets on the machine, he wins the jackpot. Like, well, he keeps playing until he wins the jackpot. That's a funny video. So this is kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I want to make the buildings bigger, wider, a little bit more realistic, because yeah, I've added a lot of like realism to like a lot of these sections, and we're kind of losing it with that area up the back there, but it's fine. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to immediately just duplicate this over to there. I'm going to flip that normal. Yeah. And then maybe what we can do is we can build something here. Like, I really want there to be like an upstairs area, you know? Like an upstairs, like even if it's like an apartment building where you go upstairs and there's a few apartments up there or something like that. It might make the routing of the nav mesh a little bit more confusing, but I think it'd be pretty cool. Also, we need to do a little shovelware showcase today as well. Oh, by the way, boys. Realistic. I thought GameStar was retro. Yeah, you know what I mean though. Like, air of realism, you know? Like, not graphics-wise, but like layout-wise, you know? So another thing that happened, by the way, boys, Cyber Farmer. We played Cyber Farmer last week, right? Mainly as a joke, right? Mainly as a joke. We loaded it up because it's like Cyberpunk Fest on Steam at the moment, and I got a email about how Cyber Farmer released, and I was like, Cyber Farmer? What the hell is that? That's a Playway game, right? I played 11 minutes of it, right? Check this out, boys. My stream got copyright claimed, right? It got, like, my streams... It got claimed. And I was like, what the hell? I don't play any, like, you know, copyright music, like, on my YouTube, right? My stream got claimed. And it was because these idiots at Infraction Audio, yeah? I'm not going to go into too much detail about that. Shut up. We'll get to game dev. We'll get to the game dev, but I just need to let you guys know this, right? I opened a discussion, yeah? I opened a discussion where I said, creators, the main menu music will get your video claimed, because it did. The main menu music of this game got my video claimed. And so I had to mute it out, like it does the AI mute out, right? And then I just basically said, you know, fuck Infraction Audio. They're a bunch of heads that abuse the copyright system, and they do them, you know, they're fucked. Never ever use Infraction Audio, them. And then the first thing that they said was, hi, thank you. Probably a false claim. Hi, thank you for sharing this with us. To be safe, we've changed the menu music. New build with the menu music is live. I got them to change their main menu music. So, just so you guys know, I got my video claimed, and it was bullcrap. Those fuckheads at Infraction Audio just out there saying that all of their shit is royalty free, but it's not. Sorry, it is royalty free. It's not copyright free, because the second you use it, you get a copyright claim until you license their music. So it's actually just licensable music. But you know what? All music is licensable fucking music, dude. You can get a license for any fucking song. So there's really no reason for them to like be, you know, acting the way that they do. Like, check this out, right? If I go to YouTube, and this is what pisses me off, because this is what actually happened to me on a live stream a couple months ago, right? I typed in royalty-free music, right? Royalty-free music, because I wanted to put on music in the background, yeah, of my stream. And check this out. Infraction audio, royalty-free music. These guys are probably doing the same scam. You know, these guys are probably doing the same scam. Anytime you see royalty-free, copyright-safe music, 100% copyright-safe, they're full of shit. Okay? So creators, you guys need to understand, if it says royalty-free, copyright-free, you're probably still going to get hit with a copyright claim. It's bull. It's incredibly deceptive. Yeah, they're scam artists, dude. So, White Bat Audio. I don't know about White Bat Audio. Let's go have a look. Let's see what it says. Because the thing is, right, you're streaming, you see royalty-free music, you click the playlist, and then you just go back to your streaming, right? You don't even think about it because it says royalty-free, copyright-free, no copyright music, right? Right? And then you go into the descriptions. Yeah, this is like White Bat music, right? Why did I get a copyright claim when using your music? Look, I don't even know these guys, but this is the new scam that's on YouTube right now. They're all doing it. Why did I get a copyright claim when using your music? What do you mean? It says copyright-free, copyright-safe music, royalty-free. It's so stupid, dude. It's so stupid. Yeah, they unflag your shit. They do, right? But then there's always people in the comment section complaining about how they got a copyright strike, it never got lifted, they uploaded a video, etc., 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 right? So infraction are probably the worst for it. And I say that because it happened to me personally twice. Like, they've messed me over twice, where I've had to sit in YouTube Studio just like removing copyright after copyright after copyright. My God, dude. It's copyright free for no commercial usage. Yeah, you're probably right. You know, and that's what they say. But it's like, look, they prey on the, what's the word? Like, people that only have a second to think about it, right? And I'm pretty sure that's what happened with these guys, yeah? Either they've gone in and they've just gone, oh, this is royalty free, this is copyright free. They've even, and this is what I'm saying. This is the problem with this stuff. They've got a license themselves. They license the song themselves by going through the proper channels, right? But then I play the game, I play the song, right? And then my account gets flagged. So it's like, these creators, first of all, these creators are idiots, right? For not, you know, working that out first. Dude, I know how the system works. I know how the system works, right? But it's the way that they present it, right? Copyright free music. That last one, it even said copyright safe. It's safe for copyright. It's copyright free, royalty free music, right? And then even they say infraction is one of the safest YouTube channels for royalty free music. Yeah, designed specifically for content creators and easy video editing. You say, oh shit, okay, I'll put that on, right? And then that probably won't be on this video, but there's a ton of videos, right? In their what do you call it? There's a ton of videos where people are just like, dude, I got a copyright strike. What the hell? And then they just put the same copy paste in there, right? So look, in the actual description, this is what I mean. Nowhere it says that you have to license it. Nowhere it says that you have to license it, right? Until you hit more and you actually read that description, okay? My fault for not doing my due diligence, right? But the way that it works is they prey on these creators not realizing until it's too late, until they've created their fucking music, until they've created their live stream, put their videos up, etc., etc., etc. You literally just credit White Bat in your description, and if you get flagged, then they remove it from my personal experience. Yeah, that's true. Like, there is a way to do it where if you just put, like, some of them are good, right? Like White Bat probably is good. All you have to do is copy paste like this one little bit of text and put it in your video description, because that's attribution, you know? Like, obviously you have to do attribution, but it doesn't really say anywhere here that you have to attribute until you go into the description. It's like a whole extra section. This to me is like fine print, you know what I mean? So it's like, subscribe, unlimited downloads, WAV plus license to my whole library, you know? Subscribe to In Audio and get access to full access. No YouTube copyright claims. It's like, how? No YouTube copyright claims, right? But then it says copyright free. It says safe from copyright, royalty free. Like, it's a scam, dude. It's just a straight up scam, okay? Yeah, White Bat Audio. Look, I'm not throwing shade at White Bat. The only one that I've actually done my research on is Infraction. And at the end of the day, here's the other thing. It's all AI music as well, right? It's all AI music. It's all Suno music, right? Do they declare that anywhere? They don't say it anywhere that it's AI, right? You probably don't even need to. Well, actually, according to YouTube's terms of service, you actually do need to declare whether it's AI or not. More like white bait, yeah. Anyway, that's all. Look, video instruction. If you go to if you got a video copyright claim from In Audio, which is copyright-free music, yeah, bullshit. If you get a copyright claim, right? It's just so wild. It pisses me off so much, man. Look, unable to submit video link. Something went wrong on their website. Even if there's a claim in video, but your system keeps saying no claim, what's the solution for this? In my 30-minute video, there's a claim, so I delete it and have to re-upload. Is this enough? I got a lot of videos that are ruined now because of the copyrights when it was safe to use them a few years ago, and they've obviously changed their license. That's crazy. I have a claim on my video. Is that okay? I'm not monetized yet. Yeah. Game music. Can I use your music in other projects like game music? I mean, maybe this is what the cyber, farmer guys did as well. Look, I should have registered sooner. Today, one of my shorts got globally blocked, so I decided to delete it. Like, they're tricking a lot of people, is what it comes down to. What they're doing is technically not illegal. It's deceptive. They're tricking people, paramount to a scam, and that's against YouTube's terms of service to deceive creators. You're not allowed to do that, right? It's just crazy. Look. Scammers, my video did not even have any audio. Scam. Your scammers always do fake claims. It's like there's just so many people in the comments saying that. Like, just basically what I'm saying, and this is the point of what I'm trying to get at, boys, is it's actually getting to the point where you're probably safer using Suno AI music in the background of your shit. Background of your streams rather than just trusting a YouTube playlist, unless you go through every single one of those videos and make sure that audio is not copywritten. And even if it is copyright free, that doesn't mean no copyright. Royalty free doesn't mean no copyright. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, all they're doing is licensing music. And you can license any music. Any music is licensable, right? Yeah, okay. Anyway, it just kind of pisses me off. I don't like seeing creators get scammed. And like, it happened to me one time. I learned my lesson, and then I tried to play a game for 10 minutes as a joke, and the main menu music got me claimed by the same people. It's like, come on, dude, It's like, come on. No AI, bro, please. Yeah, well, I'm trying not to. And this is what I'm saying, is like a lot of these people that go to these playlists, they're playing AI music anyway, Like, if you go to that royalty-free playlist and play it, there's AI audio in the background of your live stream, your video anyway, and it's going to get claimed, So you got to be careful. You got to be careful. You got to do your due diligence. At the end of the day, man, just don't play music at all. That's sad, but like, that's pretty much where we're at. You just can't play music in the background of your streams. Learn how to make music. If you want to learn how to make music, hit me up. I did it for 15 years before I started game development, so I'm okay at it. We miss AI Scooby-Doo. We do miss AI Scooby-Doo, but it got to the point where I had to give OpenAI more money, and I didn't want to do it, boys. I didn't want to give OpenAI more money. I'm sure you guys can agree that was probably the good move. because Scooby's backend was OpenAI. He basically would take your comment and then he would create like a Scooby-Doo version of an answer, and then it would generate audio and then it would play it. Let's actually see. I'm going to open up Scooby. Scooby. No, I'm not going to open it up. Scam Altman. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this area here, I really want to make like another upstairs area here. So we can either dogleg it or we can make it. Yo!
Pixels makes me groovy, baby. Yes,
Welcome to the stream.
Yes. No.
Sarah. It means that you're in like, you know, the 3% of like chicks that actually watch my stream. It's like 95% dudes, like 5% women, as is tradition. So I'm going to try and build this building, but we need to have like a purpose for it. Okay. So the purpose I'm thinking is like, yeah, a set of apartments. Yeah. Cause I think that pretty simple. It's a pretty simple thing to build out. I say that now, it might not be. So if we extrude this to there, extrude this, we'll just take up this entire footprint for now. Hey yo, Sarah, a whole lot of pixels. That sounds like you do creative stuff as well. What are you up to? What do you get? What do you do on your channel? Do you do any streams? Lofts. What are the alternatives to apartments? I'm not sure. I mean, really, there's only two things. There's public toilet block and a post office. Well, it's a big footprint, so we could potentially put... A post office is a really good one. I feel like a post office should perhaps be like here even. You know what I mean? Like up kind of closer to... Like we could turn this into a post office, because it's kind of near like one of the jetties, and like this is the jetty that like packages go to and from, so it would kind of make sense. Post office bottom, apartments above. Yeah. We're probably going to need a few. It can maybe potentially be like this building here, where we've got a couple of different businesses on each corner. Yeah, so we have like a business here. We could definitely have one here. That'd probably be a really good spot for one. Public toilets is funny. We don't really have toilets in the game. It's not really something I want to do much of. Like, you know, having a toilet in every building is just, it's tedious, if nothing else. So I think having one toilet block would be funny, because you could potentially get a job where you have to go and clean the toilets. I think that's hilarious. Hilarious. Everyone has to use the public toilets. Yeah, it's the only toilets on the whole island. Well, the thing is, nobody will ever go in them, right? Or like only specific NPCs will go in them. And then it's like, it's a toilet for a very specific, like, you know? Just like poo drop everywhere. Jerry Dean, I like your style, dude. I like your style. It's a Greek thing. Close to the wharf is good. Yeah, exactly. For the post office. Wharf. I guess it is a wharf. You know? Kind of. I might extend how long that is, but like that's really for like the UPS boat. You know what I mean? Like the delivery boat of packages back and forward from the island. That's what this is going to be, because that's kind of like your merchant. So if nobody knows what I'm talking about, if I... Yo, Jerry Dean, welcome to the... welcome to the stream. My dude! W's in the chat. W's in the chat. We love to have new people in here. What are we at? We're at 223 followers. Don't get many streaming one time a week, that's for sure, but I appreciate every single one of yous. So you see this? This is kind of like the big boat, you know? Like, this is kind of where big packages, ladies, big packages come in. So go over here and have a look, right? So yeah, having a post office here would be pretty cool. I could like open that up, turn that into like, oh my god. You see what I mean about like the realistic insides? Yeah, well I can rework this area to take that into account because the post office doesn't need to be that big. It basically just needs to be a counter with like a back area that you never really go into. Wharf! Harbor. Try and bomb the harbor. People would just shit themselves. Classic. Wharf is the correct term. Yeah, that's it. So like this jetty out here, I'm thinking I might even make it go out further, but I'm not too sure how I would go about doing that. I think that's fine, you know, and then we'll have like every day like a different boat will show up and they'll have like a schedule. So on certain days you'll be able to like, I don't know, we'll figure it out. But yeah, this is like the UPS boat, the FedEx boat, you know, like the package boat. You know, he's even got a couple packages on there still already, right? Other than that, we could do it down the bottom here, like in this area. But that would honestly be kind of, maybe I gotta rethink this whole area. That'd be a really cool spot for the baiter. But I kind of wanted to put something out on this water, like things on stilts, you know, like little buildings on stilts. I'm just not ready to approach them yet because I don't know what I want them to look like. I haven't really been too inspired by like stilted slum houses that live on the water, on the shallow water, you know? So yeah, this here, let's think about this. We come through, maybe a little dog leg before we go up, right? Just so it's not like super, you know what I mean? So it's not like, it's not so slick and calculated. It's a little bit more like slummy, where you do a little dog leg before you go up. Death Stranding boat. I only got like an hour into Death Stranding, honestly. It's too boring for me. I decided to try to do a game in Godot 3.6. Screw that, bro. It's like 4.6 on nothing, dude. 4.7. Did you see? Guys, 4.8 is already being teased. Dude, 4.8? That's wild. Is a plan to replace all the buildings at some point? Would you use more modular assets and pushing and pulling verts? Nah. So this is more or less going to be what the end geometry looks like. I'm probably going to go through with better textures that have like things like like mold, but you know what I mean, like watermarks and stuff like that, dirt down the bottom of it for the concrete. I'm going to go back through and just kind of dress things up a little bit, make it look a little bit nicer, a little bit more real. But as far as like geometry goes, like nah. Like I like the fact that this is wacky, dude. It's wacky. Like look at that, you know? Like you're never going to find a building in that shape in a modular pack, you know what I mean? And also we've got like, it's flat in there and then out here it's not. Like it's beautiful, dude. I actually love it, you know? 4.8 looks like a lot of quality of life and menu polish. I honestly didn't even really look into it that much. We can have a look into it later if you want. I'll bring up the interactive changelog. We can have a little suss of the changes. So anyway, that's what I'm thinking. So back over here, what did we... Okay, I'm just going to change this, the clip start to be set a little bit higher. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Just got a message. What up, boys? Say hi. Say hi, boys. That's my way of saying, shut up, I'm streaming. So I think with the little dog leg, here would be a nice spot to start going vertical. Yeah? Maybe even on the outside. What do we reckon? I like being able to mash click eyeballs to hide things. It's neat. Oh yeah, that was the thing that they added. So you can like click and drag. The only problem I have with every updates of Godot is the fact that they change nodes name and how they work and how some lines of code. Yeah, not a lot. Honestly, you're going to see that a lot more in like bigger premium packages like Unity and stuff like that. Because obviously like Unity's priority is to try and fix their engine, for lack of better terms, because it's so friggin' old, dude. You know, you will, yeah. Yeah, I have to have it that intense because like I'm working on like a little tight area here. So having it that high is probably good. 2 meters is a little bit much, but so generally speaking, when I start to work on a building like this, I just completely delete all of the faces. And then we work it out from there. So I'm thinking what we can do is we can have the... No, we'll go with the original plan, I think. So what I want to do here is I want to make this even, right? Like this top row here is not even. So if I go SZ0, SZ0, then that's going to flatten out that whole area there. I think if I raise it up a little bit, I could grid fill. I just don't really need to, right? So I'm going to bring it up 2.5 meters. 2.5. We'll probably say like 3 meters. Yeah, about 3 meters. 3 meters up. I don't know what that is, but keep clipping, dude. We could grid fill. It looks like we could grid fill, yeah. Potentially, we might have to add another like little cut there. Something like that, okay. So we grab that. And then what do we want to do? We want to sort of carve out a path. Like here. So I'm going to delete that face. And then we can potentially just carve it the whole way through. I don't really want that. But it would be kind of cool. So like if we get rid of that and then we just like, you know what I mean? You like fill these faces. And then we could potentially move those around afterwards. This here we can fill as well. We can change that to like our brick floor. Boom. Maybe dirt. Like I wanted this area to kind of be like brick fill as well. I think that's kind of part of what I was trying to do. It's like extend this brick fill out a little bit. Like that, you know what I mean? Something like that. Good spot for a trigger. What kind? What kind of trigger? Something like that, you know? Like I really want to extend this kind of vibe out a little bit before we get to the full-on slums. And I think this big fat wide path right here is a good buffer zone before the slums, you know? But we could even push this over a little bit more, but I don't really want to push it that far over because we're starting to encroach on the industrial kind of area. You know what I mean? So what could we do here? It's less polluted than Earth. What's that? Yeah, we can have a look at the Godot updates soon. I'm actually pretty curious about that. So now we're going to go up one direction. Probably here. So let's go back to modeling. Hello, kitten. Cats are up. And then do this. Perfect. And we'll do it here as well, just so everything lines up. Now we'll make sure that all of this kind of lines up, because we've got two different layers here, by the way, boys. Yeah, cool. It already lines up. It should anyway. I mean, we just did a loop cut. So then covering this area. See what I mean? That's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Why aren't back faces showing? Face orientation. I might have turned that off accidentally. Why is that not showing? Oh, because I'm in the wrong fucking mode. Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool there. And now I think if we extend this out a little bit and then get that to go up, I really just like the upstairs areas. I think they're really cool. So if we go up another 3 meters, could we turn that into a like a stairwell? I'm going to be back in a minute, all right, boys? Keep the chat entertained, okay? Just got to go to the toilet. Ugh. Boys. Boys, boys, boys. It's like that Motley Crue song. It's like that Motley Crue song, except instead of girls, it's boys. Ugh. What is this song? Sounds like a squeaking balloon. Which one? Wicked, oh, wicked, oh! It's a song from Ali G. Oh, boys, okay. Back to it, fellas. Remember what's sad, boys, ooh. The YouTube stream feels weird without songs. Yeah, well, complain to YouTube. I suppose we could put on royalty-free music, but how will we know if it's going to give us a copyright strike or not? I could play my music, but, I mean, that's probably, like, the best thing I can do. It's just play music I've made, but it, probably get pretty old pretty quick, you know? And, like, the thing is, I make a lot of clips out of my YouTube streams, so I kind of need them to be quiet. I need them to not have, like, background music. You know what I mean? Unaccessible soundtrack. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. It's not a bad idea. That's only like 20 minutes long though. So. Boys! Let's go. Come on, let's get a little bit of hype in here, fellas. Let's get a little bit of hype. Make this feel weirdly liminal. Yeah. Unaccessible OST. I've got it here. Wonder how long it actually does go for. It's 50 megabytes, boys. It's gonna make me want to play Unaccessible. It has been a while. But I don't think I can play it again right now. You guys should go and play Unaccessible. Wonder if it's on special right now. Okay. Let's actually do this, okay? I'm gonna add another audio thing here. I'm gonna do it here? No. I'm gonna call it YouTube Safe Audio. There you go. You guys want to listen to the Unaccessible soundtrack? Probably not. I mean, there's not much to it, really. I'm sure it's already incredibly liminal over on YouTube at the moment. I'm thinking that this probably isn't going to work. It works better than silence. Yeah, look, I'll work on it for next stream. But the problem is, like, when I want to make, like, clips and stuff like that, you know, it's not really, like, a way that I can remove the audio very easily. So it'll be in the background of all my clips. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I really want to get loop tools working as well. You guys showed me loop tools like a few months back and I got used to it, and then I upgraded my Blender version and now loop tools doesn't work. Just kind of bullshit, dude. Good thing about you keeping it silent though is I can always put my music on. Yeah, well, that's it. I don't want to complicate the YouTube stream up too much. That's my main sort of focus. 3 meters high? Is that high enough? Should I potentially bring it the entire way up? I just got to remember how to create stairs now. because I don't think that's going to work like that. I think what I really should be doing is I should be taking stairs that I know work, because like these stairs, it might look simple, but like this shit is pretty complicated, you know? Hey Rambot Games, I made a vault mechanic really different from yours and I was questioning if it was okay. I don't know, bro. You made it, dude. You tell me if it's okay. You tell me, dude. So I want to duplicate this. Oops. And then get it over here. RZ90. I mean, if it's good, right? If it gets the job done, then there ain't nothing wrong with it. So SX, SX0, SX0. Perfect. We don't really need this either. So then we can move this into position. And then those, yep. That's supposed to be flat. Why is that not flat? Maybe it is, it's just an illusion. Like this here needs to be globally flat there. Oh, okay, alright, I get it. Cool, so then boom to boom. By the way, boys, I'm pretty sure this is the week where we're gonna actually split up the stream, okay? So, as much as I love streaming for 9 hours in a row, it doesn't give me a lot of time to do anything for the rest of the day. And also, it's kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It's kind of hard. So, Todd Bethesda Howard, it just works. Yeah, look, the stream's going slow enough that I'll just turn the TTS on for now so I don't have to look over. But yeah, I'm thinking Thursday. Maybe even tomorrow. Tomorrow I might chuck a stream up again.
See a man do a 24-hour stream.
24-hour stream. Yeah, I'll leave the stream on for 24 hours and I'll just go fuck around. Just go crank my shit off for like 4 hours, dude. And then come back like, oh shit, that's right, I'm freaking streaming. Duh. No, I don't think I could do a 24-hour stream, man. It's just like, you know, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. Really, at the end of the day, that's all it comes down to. Fuck that. Yeah, this music's relaxing, but I want to put Steely Dan back on, okay? So, that was a fun little experiment. That was a fun little experiment, but too bad.
Vaporwave.
Vaporwave, bro. I'm going to need to go do 4 hours worth of research to make sure that my stream doesn't get taken down.
Lore accurate, by the way, I always prefer Ubisoft.
Ubisoft? What are you talking about? Oh, Todd. Bethesda. You know what? I actually really like Ubisoft games. A lot of people don't know that, like, the jetty is a narrow structure. I kind of liked Assassin's Creed. I'm not like the biggest fan of it by any means, but like I liked Assassin's Creed. And like Far Cry, boys, I made a video about how Far Cry was one of my favorite games like a long time ago.
The state of them currently is shit.
Oh, terrible.
Like Blizzard.
Terrible, dude. Terrible.
You can do that when you're just watching videos all day, probably a bit harder to do when your stream is centered around creating stuff.
Yeah. Wait, do what? When you're just watching...
Made so many generational games. Now dog shit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I never really was a Blizzard.
Stream.
Oh, 24-hour stream. Yeah, that's it. I mean, look, okay, I had an idea, boys. I had an idea, and I probably could do this on a 24-hour stream. I make a game in one day. I could do that today if I wanted
Assassin's
to.
Creed has gone
One game,
backwards
one
with the
day.
climbing mechanics corpus gonna and shitify.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? You ever heard of these things called tidy up games? Probably.
For a game jam. Pitch a tent in the backyard, make a game on it with a laptop and camp out for 24 hours.
That'd be kind of fun. Now like this. You guys have seen this? Librarian,
But also stream
Arcane,
the camp setup.
Arcane Librarian, Arcane Library. Stream the camp setup. That's honestly, if it wasn't so fucking cold, that might be a cool idea. Hello, mate. So these games, right? You guys know what these games are, yeah?
Me too, bro. Check out Immortals Phoenix Rising, the Rogue Prince of Persia, The Last Crown, and Yerembit. Please do that alongside a game jam.
Hold on. I've got to post this link over in my Discord. Cool. Just so the boys know. Arcane Library. You guys have seen this, right? Now, the problem with this is that all you do is just clean up this massive pile of books, bro. $1.98 million. Come on. I think this is probably going to be the most successful in this genre, right?
Those are intense blue light filtering glasses.
Yeah, these ones make me sleepy after like 2 hours of wearing them. What's this? Listen to me. Okay, so this is like the start of the game. Okay. But like,
Only
look.
on one of your posts.
You guys have seen these, right? Where all you do is clean up the library. That's all you do. So I was thinking of, like, honestly, like a game like this would take like a day to make. It would take 1 day to make. So what I'm thinking is that I make a game in a day. I spend 1 day working on a game like this that's just like some bullcrap that I don't care about, you know? And then I choose a theme that's really, really, really easy to make a lot of one thing, right? And I've got an idea in mind, but I don't want to give that idea away too quickly because I think that it's a really, really, really funny idea and it's something that we could pull off in one stream, right? Even if it's only a half a day stream, like even a 10-hour stream, a regular 9-hour stream, I feel like I could probably pull it off. Ladies?
Make a game where you clean Asmongold's bedroom.
Somebody already did that, I'm pretty sure. I think it was in House Flipper or something, was it? Something did that. They added Asmongold's house as like a level. Cool. So I'm just going to load this up to go and have a look at the area that I just created. Just because I need to feel it out. Ladies? I need to feel out the area. So we come through here.
Cleaner sim.
Cleaner sim. Yeah, well, a lot of those things are already taken, right? I had an idea that's like, it's a pretty wacky one, but I think it does a good job of parodying these tidy up games. Because honestly, like, they're all so lame, you know? Enjoy what you enjoy, but like, they're so lame, you know? There's one that's like a VHS shop. There's another one that's like a video game shop. There's another one that's like an art gallery, you know? And you just have to go around like, you know, like putting art back on the wall or like putting the VHSs in the right section. It's like, that sounds, to me, right? To me, that sounds boring, okay? But obviously there's a market for it somewhere, you know? So it'd be kind of funny, like parodying that type of game. But it's a very fine line between parodying that type of game and then just adding to the
Dialogic
noise.
is kind
You
of
know,
like RPG Maker. It's very similar the visual coding, except it's Java, right?
it's not Java. Dialogic's not Java at all. It's got its own like weird little language, right? But you can. I use the visual side of
No
it.
RPG Maker Java.
Oh, right. I never really used RPG Maker, so I don't know. Dialogic is incredibly good. Incredibly good. Do I have it in this project yet? No, I don't. Dialogic is really, really good. I haven't used the newer version of it. I think Dialogic 2 was the one that I used. I'm not sure what they've done since they released Dialogic 2. But like, Dialogic is really, really good. If you guys don't know, Dialogic is a plugin for Godot that does like character dialogue. But if you follow my tutorial that I did on Dialogic, you can actually add extra things like camera movement and camera position and stuff like that, which I was really proud of doing. But it all came down to the fact that Dialogic lets you run like callables, like mid. Like it lets you run functions like mid dialogue, which is awesome, right? Like you could get it to do whatever the hell you want, you know, mid dialogue. So whether that's it's aimed at 2D, but like you can get it to change camera angles, you can get it to do all kinds of stuff. It's really, really cool. So I need to do a loop cut here, I think.
RPG Maker has pretty good systems already built. You'd be surprised. Maybe you should switch to it.
Maybe I should switch to it, bro. Come on. Chill. Chill out, dude.
LOLOL.
Look, RPG Maker,
Thanks for the tutorial.
there's really, you're welcome. There's a lot of really good shit made in RPG Maker. Like there are Steam games that are made in RPG Maker, right? Like, so we can't discount it too much, especially because like it does what it's
I'm following your
described,
tutorial,
right?
getting the same set selfie cam and base nil error.
Yeah, cool. Man, I can't help you. I don't know. Figure it out, dude. You're a smart guy. Figure it out. Like maybe
I'll figure it out, but no worries. Hash.
yeah, maybe your way of like getting the cams is just wrong or something. I don't know, dude. That's wild. Yeah, it makes no sense. I mean, you're supposed to be getting the selfie cam of the. It's a global it's a function inside an auto load, so it's obviously just got something to do with the way that the function is calling the selfie cam. Just do it outside of Dialogic and make sure that the selfie cam is even accessible. Otherwise, you probably got deeper
On which
problems.
tutorial?
The Dialogic one. Dialogic. It's a two-parter, I'm pretty sure. So I like the way that this looks. And what I can do is I can then extrude this up a bit. Let's go 0.5 SZ0. So we're smoothing out this whole thing here.
I have RPG Maker. It's fun to play around in, I can't lie.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, I remember back in the day, a lot of people were using RPG Maker, but I was like, I'm going to use Game Maker instead. Because Game Maker is about making games, and I'm not making RPGs. Bleh. You know, whatever I was thinking, but I think we might have to move the staircase over, fellas. I think we need to move the staircase over, because we're not leaving enough space to actually do anything, you know? Like what can we realistically do here? Once you get to the top of the staircase, right? You're at the top of the staircase, then what? You go this way. Maybe the apartments are like over the top of this area. You know what I mean? like having to walk in there to go up the stairs, though.
I had a PS1 copy. I've always just wanted to make something. Gotta use whatever tools you can.
I forgot that it was on PlayStation 1. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's just a tool, you know, to facilitate your creativity. So if you can make something awesome, like let's look it up. What Steam games were made with RPG Maker? Because I know there's a couple of good ones out there. Lisa is probably the latest super noteworthy RPG made with the engine. Omori, have you guys played that? Omori? One Shot. Lisa, the Painful. It's a weird name. Fear and Hunger.
That's what I started with, then I found Godot. Oh my bye RPG Maker.
Yeah, I started with Game Maker, so that's fine. I mean, I started with Game Maker a very, very long time ago.
The engine was on the PS1.
Yeah, RPG Maker, I'm pretty sure it was on PlayStation 1. I do remember that. It's probably like a Japan-only release or something like that, as usual, but...
Yup.
Shut up, Jamiroquai. So I want to extend this area out over the top of this too. You know what I mean? Like, this was the original idea, was to create like a cool, like groovy little area here.
Good old days. There's like 20 different versions of RPG Maker.
I think
Note there
we
were
need
English
to...
copies here in the States.
Yeah, okay, cool. I do remember like seeing a copy, but I never had one myself. And like, I had a lot of PS1 games because that was, besides PC, like the only thing that I played games on was my PlayStation 1. For a very long time, actually. It was the only console that I actually owned up until I got a PlayStation 3. Crazily enough, I used to borrow a friend of mine's PlayStation 2 every now and then. And actually, there was another friend that I borrowed their Nintendo 64. But I'm talking like, I was like 16, 17 by that point. You know, and like I got the PlayStation really early. It's like I grew up on computers, you know, so like it didn't really matter too much to me. We'll just try it with this side first. I remember being able to rent
consoles from Blockbuster.
True, I never did that. Although my family was like,
comes in a briefcase.
It was very, my family was very like, there were 4 of us boys, so, you know, we were living on a budget. It's like Malcolm in the Middle. I like to relate Malcolm in the Middle to my family a lot because it was very similar. It was like, you know, we had a good childhood. It was awesome, but like, there was 3 of us, you know? And so it was like a lot of work for my parents, and also like, you know, we couldn't all get the like nicest stuff and shit like that because there were just so many of us, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like my parents, I think my parents did a great job raising us, like on such a limited budget, you know. But I mean, the reason was that they were sending 3 of us to private schools, you know. They didn't have much money, like disposable income to buy us like consoles and crap like that. They cared about our education and shit. So, you know, they did a great job, I think. Oh shit, what just happened there?
I miss renting weekly. Yes, it was a wholesome family thing going to the video store.
Yeah, I do miss it too. Can I send you the lines of code on X, or I just paste it here? Why are you sending me code? I don't need your code. That's what it comes down to. Thanks, but I don't need your code, dude. If you want me to look over it, paste it in Discord. I mean, the thing is, right, like, I write my own code. You know what I mean? I don't really have much need for yours.
Now, guy on the internet, huzzah.
Thanks, though. Appreciate you. Look at you now. Haha, that's right. You know, I know my dad wanted me to be a pilot. But, you know, it's fine. I never wanted to be a pilot. She's kind of scary, dude. She's kind of terrifying, bro. Okay, I need to figure out what to put here so that it actually makes sense. You know what I mean? I think apartments still makes sense. And what we can do is we can move this over. Yeah? It's just they're going to be small apartments. What? Something like that, you know? I know I said that the big street was probably the best way to, like, to separate the slums from the nice area, but I think I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, we're just gonna move the whole thing over, okay? But don't believe how. Now move some of these over just to add a little bit of variation. Yeah, because we don't want it to be completely flat east-west.
I like how we all grew up
Like
and were
that?
forced to watch as corporations ransacked our economies globally. Vespa S in the nice areas.
Vespers in the nice areas. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I like having my future taken away from me, dude. I loved watching that happen.
Aw, that S sick, it worked. Selfie cam for NPC.
Selfie cam for NPC. That's it. I think it's good. It's very Bethesda. That's why I added that selfie cam. It's very like... You understand why Bethesda did it too, because it's really not that complicated of a bit of code either, where you just have like a cam on all of the...
We thought we were gonna houses and get married, lol.
You still can, it's just not as easy, right? And, you know, they corporatized everything, made everything a product. That's... Yeah. Don't worry about it, boys. Just try your hardest and...
People love
Live
to crap
happy.
on Bethesda, but their worlds are so rich.
You know what? I like Bethesda games. I never played Starfield, though, because it's still like $1 jillion.
It's easier than how I currently do it. I use cam current true and false set current suck my.
Yeah, I mean, having too many cameras probably isn't a great idea, but at the same time, I don't see why it would lag at all if they're not, like, on. You know what I mean? If they're not, like, set to current. Boy, Shadow of Doubt. Shadows of Doubt. Devblog. I gotta watch that later. If you guys have never played Shadows of Doubt, incredible game. Incredible game. It just needs some optimizing, I think. It's a really cool game, but man, it's just laggy. I don't know what Unity's plans are. Oh, bro, he's talking about Unity. Oh, shit, boys. This could be relevant to the stream. We can fucking hang some shit on Unity if we want. Okay. Just motion out my front door. Is that
Your
that
signal
cat?
system works. It's a bit broken for new Godot. Had to add dialogue active to get the timer to work.
True. Yeah, signals are I love signals, but yeah, it's the more generic you make a signal, the better, is what's weird. Even though you can pass information through a signal, I feel like you probably shouldn't, because by the time that the receiver receives it, you might have like already queue freed the original or like changed the bit of information. I don't know. Unless you're just sending like strings or integers or floats over or something like that. But I like that signals, you can use them as like you just emit, figure
Free
it out,
instead of Q3
or you can
sometimes makes a
send
diff.
information through. You know what I mean? I've never used free, dude. I always queue free. I mean, that's the way I was taught how to do it. That's the way I learned. Sorry, not taught. That's the way I learned how to do it. Nobody taught me how to use fucking Godot. Come on, boys. You don't need somebody to teach you how to use Godot. It's easy enough. Actually, no. Use me to teach you how to use Godot, okay? Subscribe to my shit. Also, it's that time again of the stream. I haven't really been doing it this stream that much. Hit like on the video. Because you know you want to. And it helps me in the algorithm. Thank you very much, boys. Oh, it's kitty time. That's some good timing. Meow. This little cat likes...
I saw your post about your bicycle FNNY as hell.
Classic, hey. Yeah, I'll show you the other videos, hey. Like, people don't really follow me on X, but you can if you want. Come and follow me on Instagram if you've got it. This cat really likes puff pastry. She loves puff pastry. If I ever have, like... Or just pastry in general. If I ever have a meal where, like, there's crumbs all over my plate, it's like... Look at her. Go on. If I ever have, I just realized I don't have the thing on. She's a crumb cat, basically, is what I'm saying. I completely forgot about this. Oh, I'm like fully out of the loop with the streaming thing, dude. This is why I've got to stream more often, so I kind of get into the swing of things, right? So anyway, hit like, etc. Yo, Forlorn. What's up, dog? You back off your YouTube fast, I guess you could call it.
Stream less idiot.
Stream less idiot. Nah, I gotta stream more, dude. I really do. Yeah, game's going good.
Please don't take it personally.
We're trying to sort of like
Yeah, I caved, but I'll go back
evaluate.
to no YouTube soon, lol.
Yeah, look, having a detox every now and then is good for your brain, good for your soul. What is going on here? Oh shit, I missed one. It's good for your soul, it's good for your brain, any kind of detox, right? Every now and then I do a phone detox because like my girlfriend got me hopelessly addicted to TikTok for a while there. 'Cause TikTok, honestly, TikTok's really fucking good. I understand why people use it. Shit is hilarious.
That thing with Twitch, was it business or was it personal? It was personal business. Rembert
What
was
thing with
ready for a
Twitch?
banhammer when he heard "Don't take it personally." I saw it in his eyes.
Yeah, I kind of just want that joke to go away, to be completely honest. Like, I know you guys are gonna keep doing it because that's just the way that these things go.
I'm
But I
quoting a
just
Steven Seagal movie.
I just don't like that
Never.
joke. I want it to go away, pretty much. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It just pisses me off, dude. You guys know how to do it. Power to ya. Do whatever gets me views, man. As long as you
That's
hit
why
like
it's
on the
funny,
video, that's what matters. I know that's why it's funny. Okay? I just want you guys to hit like and subscribe on the videos. That's all I want. New video coming probably tomorrow. Yeah, new video coming tomorrow. I'm trying something a little bit different to see how it goes. Because honestly, like my last two videos have like they didn't perform well at all. I'm just going to keep it a buck. They didn't perform well at all. And it kind of like, it's had me like kind of reassessing how I should be approaching my content, I guess. Because yeah, they didn't do well at all. Like 2 videos, I think I got like 1,600 views between them or something like that. And like I uploaded them like over a month ago. They're probably just not good videos, but I don't know. I'm like, also, like I said, I'm kind of running out of ideas a little bit. I've done 54 tutorials, which is like a lot, bro. It's a lot, you know? Put your hands together for me, bro. That's a lot of tutorials, really. Make shrimp content. Look, your suggestions have always been the best, I think, just because they're useful, right? Like a level select is another video that I want to do. I've got that one planned. But I think as well, this last like 2 weeks, like I've been doing, even 3 weeks, we had that game jam on. Also had, I was incredibly sick. Still sick, but in a different way, you know what I mean? And yeah, like it's been a bit of a rough time for me.
Oh yeah, do a devlog.
A devlog on what? This game? Dude, look how gross that is. Do a devlog on fixing this shit, bro. What is that?
Make one on how to make water.
How to make water like an ocean?
The problem is mainly social media has been trashed by the corpus in charge.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever it is, man. It's fine. No, I like doing social media for you guys. It's fun. And I kind of...
Bioluminescence tutorial.
Fuck off, dude. I'll figure out how to do it eventually, but I think it's going to be an extension of the water shader itself. Because you know what? As funny as it is, I actually still do want to do bioluminescence. I think it'd be really, really fucking cool. Excuse me, real fucking cool. W's in chat if you agree. Bioluminescence. It's just, I don't know too much about shaders.
Not just emission shaders.
Well, I've already kind of got an emission shader. Let me show you guys. Hold on. I'll punch this out so we can go have a little bit of a look at what this looks like in game. And then I'll go back over into the actual game. Good song, by the way. Okay, we've also got to get onto that that post by the guy that made Shadows of Doubt, because I think he's trash talking Unity a little bit, and that'll be really good for my content. What are we doing? Okay, so I'm gonna go over to here real quick and just have a little look at this area. See, this is what I was envisioning. It's something like this. Well, I'll keep that like that. Where we've got a little bit more space here. Like I even wanted to do something up here. Like I want to have like storage units, because I think it would be really funny if like your first apartment or first area that you live in is actually a storage unit. So you start on a tent. You start in a tent on the beach, and then when you unlock your first property, which I want to be like a storage unit. I don't want it to be like personal space, you know what I mean? I want it to be like kind of a pain in the ass, where the storage area will close up at night, so you've either got to come home at night or like figure out a way to break in every night to go to sleep or something, you know what I mean? Like
weird. Sometimes you need shaders, sometimes you don't. Depends what you're doing. I use screen and things just pop.
But yeah, I'm thinking of doing that. Why?
So with the them of surveillance,
so
it would
much
be pretty cool to have posters and graffiti reflect the state of the world.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And we'll have a little bit of that as well, because obviously you guys know that we've got security cameras in the game. And it'll kind of be this like thing where like, you know, I'm experiencing it at the moment where like a security camera saved my ass, dude. You know? The security camera saved my ass on the weekend because this dumb shit jumped right in front of the security camera and tried to pull a light out of my house this past weekend, right? So security cameras kind of saved my ass, like a personal security camera for myself. It kind of saved my ass, but then also there's the implication, I mean, sorry, the whole thread of like not having privacy anymore. But like that being okay, because in public you don't have like a right to privacy anyway. So like we're going to approach that topic, I think, in the game, because I think it's a really interesting topic, you know. And for those of you that weren't here, right?
I bet this kid uses Unity.
Yeah, he does. There's my bike getting recovered, by the way, boys. That's the cop recovering my bike back into my backyard. Let's go.
Doable, and I can even set it up for you remotely. Get rid of all
Let's
your
go, dude. Self-hosting every service is totally doable, and I can even set it up for you remotely. Yeah, I was thinking, look, I'm going to Fort Knox my house with cameras, basically. And then I made sure that the ones that I'm getting have RTSP, so like the real-time streaming protocol, instead of like, you know, like Ring, for instance, like you have to go to the app, you know, and log into the website to actually view the camera feed. Like you can't just get a direct feed, even though it's connecting to your Wi-Fi. Yeah, exactly. So the RTSP, like, and that's something that I set up for my parents a long time ago after they got robbed and I was home, and they robbed a house while I was in it. So I'm lucky to have not gotten stabbed or whatever, you know what I mean? But like, man, they ransacked the house and I was like dead asleep. So it's scary, right? I bought them a security system, and I noticed that they had RTSP on it as well, which is really, really cool.
Have you considered flamethrowers turrets for your front porch?
You're not allowed to do that. Yes, I have considered it, but you're not allowed to do that. I was thinking of adding like this massive like coil on the top of the house that just goes and it'll just like arc up anytime that somebody like walks up to my house. It just and so you'd be like, oh shit, can't go next to that house, I'll get electrocuted. You know what I mean? So that's one of the themes that I want to address in the game, because there definitely will be like bad guys in the game at night that'll like be walking around. Like maybe you're the one that helps him escape from the jail, a little bit like Lego Island. I'm pretty sure that happens in Lego Island, and then you're going around trying to clean his mess up. Yeah, so we're going to go over to the water in a second so we can talk about like the bioluminescence. But first, I just want to vibe out like this area. This is the exact vibe that we were kind of going for, right? I don't want to ruin this area. No, that's fine. I mean, there's vines there anyway. You're not going to really... Nothing's being ruined by that. That's cool. So, oh shit, almost. So, yeah, like a little tunnel area, really cool. We could even have something along here, like, what did we say, like a public toilet? I don't think I'll do that, but maybe like something here on this corner. We can have a business or something like that. A little bit like these businesses here, you know? Something that we've got to do. Post office, right? We said post office, but I think that's going to go over near the other jetty.
Tunnels once the surveillance becomes too intense.
You know what? I'm actually considering putting underground tunnels in the game, but it'll need to get to a point where it actually makes sense. Because like right here, you know, there's no reason that we only have to go up. We could also have another staircase here that goes down. In fact, we should probably add that. And then we can have like a basement level. You know, because I think verticality, like more verticality is really freaking cool, dude. Yo, Kushi, what's up, dog? W's in chat for my boy. Got returning viewers. You know we love them returning viewers. Make sure you hit that like button because you're on YouTube, okay, boys? Whoa, shit, wrong one. Oh, shit! Appreciate you, boys. So downstairs coming this way. Or maybe from the outside. I'm not sure. But I definitely want to have like a downstairs area now that we've mentioned it. Because that's really, really cool. So we can have maybe like a couple apartments here. I'm not sure. It's like there's areas that don't really make sense. Like, I don't know how far you guys are into thinking about this, but let's say we go upstairs. We can have either apartments left and right up here, although it doesn't really make sense with what we were talking about before, which is like realistic dimensions. but we could have like a little walkway here, right? Same as down here, another little walkway where we've got like a set of apartments along here. Or we can extend out this area to across the top of this and then have like an alternate entrance or something like that. You know, or even like a little beer garden or something out here because it's out on like a, you know, could do something like that. But I definitely want there to be something there. Anyway, so the way that the bioluminescence is going to work is like here, I'm pretty sure that's already a mission. Now, I am not going to
If you add
claim...
an underground, you may think of adding a torch and a weird monster or guys dealing drugs down there.
Oh yeah, that'll be like the underbelly of the town, like the actual underbelly. You know, we're going to have like a little bit of like high tier underbelly, which is going to essentially be the casino, which we've got over here. So we're going to have a casino inside Crabs. The top of Crabs is going to be like, you know, some sort of casino. Although I'm not fully convinced on that idea just yet, because as soon as we add a casino, we're kind of cooking the economy of the game. And so we have to be 100% sure that what we're doing in the casino makes sense. You know, and either that's because we've got really, really shitty odds where like all of the money that you spend in the casino is like real life. There's a chance you can win, but it's incredibly slim, you know, because, you know, every single game, as soon as you unlock the slot machines, like that's game over. You know, you just sit there pulling on the slot machines until you've got $1 billion. But maybe that's it. Maybe you've got to have, maybe you've got to be basically end game. Or like close to the end of the game
Just make
before...
the casino dispense fish.
Make it dispense fish. That's pretty good, like fish tickets. Like IOU fish tickets. Something like that, you know? Or like a maximum amount that you're allowed to spend each day. But let's say you win $1 million. It cooks the game for you. Like, it cooks basically everything.
The fish economy.
Now, in Grand Theft Auto, fucking... Not that I can show you guys because I live in a free country... the casino has really bad odds, right? Like real life, it's got a shitty odds where like you're only going to win, you know, maximum 49% of the time, 48% of the time. So the longer you spend, the more money that you are in the red. You don't, your odds don't go up.
Every game,
you know?
like long ass games Oblivion, I was cheating soon as I found out how to dupe items.
Yeah, you'll probably be able to dupe items in this. Like we've actually got a duping, see that? We've actually got a duping problem already. But that should be easy enough to fix. We just add like a UID to the item, you know what I mean?
Jackpot on the diamond slots.
Yeah. I got, well, my boy Sketterman got, jackpot on one of them. I can't remember what it was. It's either the diamond one or the, I think he did choose the diamond one. It's not like him to not like min-max, so. The diamond one's the best one, isn't it? Just trying to feel this out. Okay. Oh yeah, the bioluminescence, that's right. So the way that the bioluminescence is going to work is I'm pretty sure, and I'm not going to claim like I know because I didn't write the shader, is that foam there is actually a mission. So we go time of day, and if I change this to nighttime, you see, I think it's got its own emission built into it. So really all we have to do is extend that foam out and then add like a bioluminescence like sparkle to it. You know what I mean? In the emission, because there won't be anything on the diffuse or like the, you know, the opaque channel. It's just going to be bioluminescence. So let's have a look actually. This water plane here, let's have a look. One of you guys might be able to tell me. This has been updated a little bit. I think we added some stuff. We removed some stuff as well. It doesn't even say who wrote it, so I'm sure Surely it did at one point. Maybe the AI fucked it off. I haven't worked on this in a very long
Check
time.
out Game Dev my video on your tutorial, thanks.
Check out Game Dev, my video on your tutorial. Yeah, okay, let's have a look. Let's have a little look. Come and join the Discord, by the way, if anybody's watching, wants to fuck around, talk Game Dev. Yeah, get your own range sound effects, sound. I don't even know where I got mine from, but I'm going to need to replace it with a free one at some point.
I'm going to make reaction vids to his Game Dev vids. Let's get meta.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is what Misty's just showing us retro. So you walk up, we got the selfie cam. As soon as you start the dialogue. Oh yeah, you asked. I couldn't really answer it because I was kind of busy, but you asked if you can move that dialogue box around. I'm sure you can. I don't know how. It's in there somewhere. Yeah, and then you got the selfie cam for the player. Very funny. Very cool. Yeah, it's good, right? Yeah, it's really cool. Let's see what you wrote there. I just saw the word tutorial. I saw the word tutorial, did I not? I've been waiting all day. I'm sorry about that. Well, I'm here now. Yes, you are. You're going to need reflexes. Oh, I'll give you the... Yeah, okay, all right. That's cool, man. That's perfect implementation as well. That's exactly what I expect. What I would do is in my tutorial, I just kind of slapped everything into a game manager, I think. Or in Unaccessible, it's all kind of slapped into the game manager, which is ugly as hell. But if I could do it again, I probably did in the tutorial, I'd probably make a cinematic manager and I would have all of my functions in there for the cinematography, you know? I would also have references to all of the...
Well, but this is test env, so it doesn't
I would have all of the references. Yeah. Gave them the... Sorry, it was still on the tail end of me sorting out this whole police report thing. Because we're trying to get them kicked out of their house now. Just because they're literally like 3 doors down. Like, 3 doors down, bro. Superman. 3 doors down. Guys. Good reference. They're literally 3 doors down from my house. And we watched them literally run back to the house. And like, it kind of sucks because I didn't even realize that the bike was missing at that time. Otherwise, I probably would have ran out after them and tried to get the push bike back because that's like $800 that's just gone now, right? Because the guy on the push bike got away. Really sucks for Nelson. Glad I got my motorbike back, but they fucked around with it. They've like tried to hotwire it, you know what I mean? Like they've snapped the plastic. That's like a couple $100 worth of damage, like just on my motorbike, which sucks because it's already, I'm trying to sell it, like it's on Marketplace. So now I've got to take the ad down.
Even fight back, Mang. If I run outside and shoot them in the leg, I'm going to jail.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly just getting the bike back. But like with the order of events, the way that it happened was perfect because they took off and then we watched them go back to the house. So when the cops rocked up, it was like, they're over there. If I had ran out, they might have just scattered and never gone home. You know what I mean? I just tuned in. Sorry to hear that. That's okay. I'll probably be talking about it all day, like all week. But yeah, like that's what I mean by I'm probably going to cut this stream a little bit short because I've still got stuff to do today. But like, check this out. Dumbass, bro. Goes right in front of the Ring camera. Idiot. Idiot. Goes right in front of the Ring camera, right? So the light comes on. The light comes on. Yeah? And then he runs over just like, oh, shit. The lights come on. And so then he jumps up and then he tries to pull the light out of the fucking roof. No damage. And then I'm pretty sure at this point he runs around the back of my house real quick. Not that I noticed, because I heard the side gate close. I was like, holy shit, like people are trying to break in. This, while I was laying in bed, sounded like somebody was shaking on the front door. And I was like, holy shit. Guys need to keep in mind the context to this. A couple weeks ago, there was a guy from that same house swinging a machete at somebody on my street. Right, and I don't live in a dodgy area. It's just this one fucking house,
Guy
right?
not even wearing a belt. He anti getting away.
Idiot, bro. What he's wearing gloves, everything like that, right? So I'm pretty sure after this, that's when they stole the push bike. I'm pretty sure they'd already taken my motorbike by this point. Bro, he's probably under 18. Like, and this is the problem. It's like people will be like, you can't show their face on the internet. I don't give a shit. Fuck this guy, right? I don't know if any of them, one of them got away. I don't know which one. Fuck him, dude, right? One of them actually went, so 3 of them went to fucking lock up, juvie. 2 of them got released on bail, and 1 of them's still in there because serious crimes, right? They burgled a motor vehicle. They stole a bike. They trespassed. They broke and entered. Like, there's so many charges, like, all at once for them. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them, dude. But, like, you know that my street is, like, it's going to turn into Fort Knox, dude. Like, I've already got the floodlights on the way. Like, I have this floodlight is now pointing out on the street 24/7. Like, you know, as soon as the light goes down, sorry, as soon as the sun goes down, like, lights are pointing out there on the street right now. It kind of sucks that it happened, but we'll just not let it happen again, right? You know? So, I don't know. Obviously, the cops don't really talk too much about it when something happens because they don't want you, like, vigilante justice or whatever. But, like, bro, guy's wearing gloves. You know? This guy was here to steal. He was here to steal and shit like that. I honestly thought it was, there's another guy that lives at that house that, like I said, he's the one that's, like, he bashed my neighbor's, like, door in. He's running around with machetes and stuff like that. Like,
hey,
it's kind of, it's getting a little bit scary on my street at the moment. So when I heard that shaking, right, that sounded like somebody was shaking on my front door. And, like, I'm in this room right here. I'm like 2 meters away to the right. So as soon as I heard this, I got up. And I think that's him noticing that I got up and, like, quickly opened the door. He's heard me. And so he's like, shit. Quickly runs around the corner, steals the bike, and then they pissed off, right? But then because I didn't come out front, I just sat there, like, watching him because I was like, what the hell is going on?
Is it a state house or a rental property?
It's a state house, you know? It's a state house. So I've already complained about them. Honestly, like, I'm not giving shit about the state housing because, like, I've got another neighbor, been nothing but great. You know, I've got another neighbor literally on my back fence is also state housing. Not an issue, you know, totally fine. Like, I've never had a problem with them. They're fine. They're cool. But then this other house down the street.
To get them removed, then unfortunately.
I know it's less likely, but, like, I've complained. I called the line yesterday, and they were like, wow, that's a really serious matter. And I'm like, I know. They're like, I woke up to them trying to break into my house. They stole my motorbike, ditched it, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, like, you know, and like you said, there's probably a small chance that they're going to get kicked out over this, right? But that's why I'm just going balls to the wall with security, right? Like, I'm getting so many cameras. I'm going to, like, I'm going to create my own AI system for it. You guys know me, you know? And if you don't know me, it's like, I'm not letting this shit happen again. That shit is never happening again. But, you know, like, it could have been a worse outcome.
Busy making free speech illegal.
We're busy getting rid of your free spin in your virtual casino that you can't even use real money for. And banning games because the bad guy smokes weed and gets a buff. This country's going to shit, bro, honestly. It's going to shit. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. Whatever. I'm not going to dwell on it too much. It's just like I'm still dealing with the tail end of it right now.
America is not doing any better.
Yeah, I know. So, the very least, like, you know, I still feel safe walking up and down the street and going for walks and stuff like that. It's not like I'm fearing for my life or anything like that. It's just like, it just sucks, you know? It's just shit, you know? Like, I just don't want to have to deal with it, man. But unfortunately, I can't choose my neighbors. If I could, I definitely wouldn't choose them. You know what I'm saying, boys? But yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. It's fine, fellas. You know, I'm fine. My girlfriend's fine. Like I said, my main concern when it happened was like somebody's trying to like break into my house while I'm actively in it. I like ran to the front door just to make sure it was locked, ran to the back door, made sure that was locked as well. And then like called the cops straight away. I got the footage on my phone. Cops rocked up, arrested 3. Like I'm talking like 15 minutes after I called, the cops were there. And then a couple minutes later, after I explained everything, showed them a video, they went and arrested 3 people. So, you know, like honestly, W overall. I probably should have had a lock on my back door. You know, that's what she said. I probably should have had a lock on my back door. You know, so that's my bad. But you know, I've lived here for like 5 years and I've never had like issues with the neighbors like coming onto the property because like who shits where they sleep, dude? Like that's the other thing. Is like, why would you rob your neighbors, bro? It's so dumb, dude. Don't mean to whinge, but the sound effects are a bit too much. Yeah, well, the sound effects are part of the stream, dude. Okay? Oh, yeah, and you're watching on YouTube as well. Sound effects are part of the stream. It's honestly my favorite part of the stream, too, so you're going to have to deal with it eventually. Going to have to deal with it somehow. But just for you, I'll dial back just for now.
It's part of the charm.
Yeah, okay. See, that's not me doing it. That was these guys on Twitch doing it now, okay? I want to work on like this bit right here. So I'm thinking
Lol.
I'm thinking we've got to have a building here. But we might make it so like immediately after you walk up these stairs, I was thinking of having like a couple buildings, but I think just having one right here is probably pretty smart. You know what I'm saying? And in this life, you're either a smart fella or a fart smeller. You know what I'm saying? I refuse to be a fart smeller. Unless it smells good.
Sniff.
Sniff, yeah, exactly. So right here, I'm thinking we put a door, right? So you come up here and there's just like one door right here. And then perhaps like another one in front of us to imply that there's somebody living here. There's somebody living in this little gap right here. And then we can have this walkway kind of hook around to the left here. We're probably going to need to...
How do you find doing your level in Blender? I've been using Terrain 3D and making buildings out of tiles in Godot and only creating the tiles and textures in Blender.
I find this a lot easy to work on. Like, I'm no Blender main, but like this project in itself has taught me like the power of using Blender for like level design. Like it really, really is good. Like doing the whole thing in Blender is really, really good. I'm surprised at how much I actually enjoy it. Because like before I worked on this, I would only create like assets in Blender. And I still do that. But you know what I mean? Like doing, sorry, I just Gotta fix this up here. Yeah, I would only create like small assets, like little assets, and then I would bring those into Godot and then deal with them that way. Or I'd create like a tile map. Like I've got a tile map available on Sketchfab that I used in my other game, Sedated. The other game I'm working on, Sedated, I should say. And that was cool. But like I found that like for this specific project, right? Like let me show you. For this specific project, it started with a slum. And the thing about slums is like they're not regular. They don't really have like right angles. You know what I mean? Like the ground in a slum is uneven. And like that's not really something that you can do with assets. That's something that you have to kind of like handcraft or hand draw, right? So if you have a look at this, I just realized I've still got Blender up, right? I was showing something in Godot, but it doesn't really matter. So you see how the ground is like pretty uneven? Here it's pretty even because we're in like an industrious or like a built up area, I should say, not super industrious, a commercial area. It's kind of built up. Here we kind of use elevation as a way to, look, we got another gap in the floor there because I've moved stuff. And another gap right there. What have I done? Have I moved too much around? No, I think I'm just paranoid now. Every now and then, I need to make sure that I didn't just move the entire ground over. You know what I mean? Because that would be devastating. But I guess the easiest way to check is to go here. Because it opens... Yeah, there we go. So this is like a clean line there. Yeah, clean line. Okay. So yeah, the thing about like a slum or whatever.
Mess all over again, LOL.
Collision mess. Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Like I said, I can fix these things later. But like the idea of a slum being on a flat ground makes no sense, right? You want to have that like unevenness, like that irregularity. You know, and don't look at the textures. These textures I need to like re-UV at some point anyway, but I just don't want to give myself too much work, you know? And like double handling, I don't want to have to do it over and over and over again, you know? Like this. Ruralness, that's right. Like it's just a bit of like, and don't worry about that. We've just moved this over here. This is all just kind of like, it's kind of previs or whatever you want to call it at the moment. It's kind of like, we've moved a lot of stuff, but like you see this house right here, you know, it's the door is on even land, but the rest of it isn't, you know, and I love that about it because like you're never really going to get slums that are on flat ground because they're built like out of desperation almost, you know what I mean?
But with it, you kind of lose the ability to have the sharp features of urban ground.
Yeah, well, Terrain 3D you really should only use for the terrain, right? I mean, like, this is what you mean, right? About, like, I need to change this, but this is a good example of, like, things that Terrain 3D kind of struggles with just because of the regularity of the vertices, right? Like, this is very irregular, you know? The vertices are, like, stacked on top of each other almost, and then it goes completely flat, you know? Like, this I need to fix up. This wasn't supposed to look like, you know, a freaking Street Fighter haircut, you know? I just gotta, yeah, stay up to date with this stuff. Yeah, so like things like this, you know, you can't really achieve that with Terrain 3D. Like this is something that you only get from handcrafting your vertices, edges, and faces, right? And like that's why I'm doing it, because this is the way that terrain was done before terrain tools even existed, right? Like talking about like Unreal Engine, Unity, those things didn't really exist back then with the era that I'm trying to recreate. You know what I mean?
I was thinking about making a
Does that make
so
sense?
I could create meshes in Godot connected to the vertices in the T3D mesh.
Honestly, I'd probably just like place them. You make your assets and place them on top of the T3D mesh. You know what I mean? Because like, there's nothing stopping you from creating something like this, what you're looking at, and placing that on top of a terrain 3D mesh, right? Like, my entire game, what's the word? My entire game. My entire game Unaccessible was done with terrain 3D, but on top of the terrain, I'm just like placing CSG meshes, you know what I mean? So it kind of looks a little bit dodgy when the LODs start to load in, or like you're looking at it from like a mega distance, you know what I mean? Gets a little ugly at the points where they meet. Yeah, I mean, you can understand why I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it too, right?
Was difficult.
Generating large terrains was difficult. That's right. You couldn't just click a button and then have a terrain. I mean, you would use like a height map, you know what I mean? Like a terrain map, a height map. But like, I find that using height maps, it's just dodgy, you know? Like, you're going to need to do a bunch of manual work to it anyway.
CSGs are awesome. I use them all the time.
Yeah, CSGs are really, really good. Obviously, they're limited in what you can do with them, unless you really like fucking around with like points in an array, which I do not. But if you don't mind doing that, then like CSGs are great, like the CSG polygons, because I use CSG cubes like all the time, you know. Maybe not so much in this project, but like there's probably some CSGs in here somewhere.
The polygon CSGs have endless possibility.
Yeah, we got CSGs here. So this is a little CSG box I created for a little CSG volume, whatever the hell you call it, right? Like, it's a CSG thing that I created.
Automatic generation for the height map,
right? And it's just to have like a simple little sundial on it, right? And so you start with like a cylinder, which is what this top one is, right? And then you use the Boolean, right? Like, CSGs are fucking great. They really, really are great. And as long as you're not moving stuff around at runtime, like, there's nothing stopping you from just making your entire game with CSGs. Because I'm pretty sure... Actually, that would be a really interesting experiment. Like, creating something with CSGs versus creating something with Blender and seeing what has a smaller footprint. You know?
Blender is good, just that personally my dumbass tried to start making a 40-kilometer squares.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of making an island game, right? And like, there was a guy on TikTok actually, like a year ago, who was asking, like, he basically said with authority,
identical.
Like, the reason that games used to be on islands is because there was a lot of like, you know, tropical inspiration in the early 2000s and blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, dude, with respect, the reason that people make islands is because there's an obvious border, right? Like, there's only this much land, you know, and then the rest of it is just an illusion where you can see off into the distance. You don't need to worry about, like, you know, mountains and Bethesdaizing, like, the border, you know what I mean, by putting massive mountains and shit everywhere. It's just, you just make the player not able to swim, and then the borders are just, you know, it seems very natural, you know what I mean? So that's the beauty of working on an island game, and, like, Unaccessible is on an island. What else have I done outdoors? I don't know. It just makes so much sense to do things as an island, you know? It's just so much easier. So starting with a massive, like, what, a 40-kilometer square, like, level? I get it, because I've been there. I've definitely been there.
Communicated in a short-form video.
Yeah. I try. But yeah, it's hard. I'm going to skip that. What else have we got? You guys want to listen to? What do you guys want to listen to? Twitch people, give me a suggestion on music. Otherwise, it's going to be more Van Halen.
Extension to block YT shorts.
True. You know what? Because I pay for premium, YouTube Shorts is actually superior because it doesn't have any ads like fucking TikTok and Reels, you know? And I didn't even think about it until somebody pointed it out to me. They were just like, bro, Bruh, why are you watching TikTok? You can watch like ad-free reels on the hell was that? On YouTube, and I was like, it's actually a pretty good idea. What is going on here?
I just use Brave and it blocks ads.
Yeah, because I use YouTube as well, like, you know, my income from YouTube basically, it pays for my premium. So it's just easier if I use premium. Premium's got some sick features too. Like, I'm not going to sit here and shill for like a premium
Use
product.
Brave browser.
But 0.25? But being able to click that button that like skips like in-video ads is fucking sick, boys. It's fucking sick. Have you guys ever seen that? Maybe your broke asses, just kidding. Maybe your broke asses have never seen that. It's like a YouTube premium feature where it comes up with like, maybe I can show you guys now. I'll like open up a video. What's a video that's always got like an ad in it? Like Corridor Crew or something maybe? Honey gets terminated as lawsuits proceed.
Use
Oh damn.
That isn't Chrome or Edge.
They are killing Honey.
Baka 23452
awesome, bro.
Brave is so good.
Yeah, I used Brave until it stopped loading up on my computer. And every time I loaded up Brave, it would just like die. What's the game about? I'm new, sorry. So the game is like, the best way to think of it, and I've said this a few times, is it's Schedule 1 with fishing. That's the best way I can describe it. How far back do we want this? And then this can be a whole apartment right here. You know what I mean? So we're trying to create an illusion.
Okay, thanks, GL.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate you, dude. But yeah, Schedule 1 with fishing. Really just the best way. Best way to describe it. You boys got a better way to describe it? Yeah, you guys should know by now. You guys have been watching for a long time.
Oh, you got a license for that fish?
You got a license for that
Will
fish?
it have poop?
You know what? I watched a video yesterday of like this chick on TikTok. And I was like, that is an aggressively Australian accent. Like usually like when people are like, you Australians, no, you know, like that whole joke, no. I'm like, fuck off. Stupid Yanks, fuck off. It's not that bad. I heard this chick with the most aggressive Australian accent where she was like, I think I'm gonna do this. And I was like, fuck, dude. That makes us all sound like that. Also, it's like regional, you know? Like, I have a Western Australian accent. And there are different accents depending on where you go. You guys probably don't know about this. So, like, East Coast sound a little bit more like this up the top. If Marky was here, he'd probably say otherwise.
Some people play it up for the slop American audience.
This wasn't. She was just talking. She was like literally just talking. She was like, I think I'm going to do it like this. And I was like, I know the accent. I know that exact like Australian accent. But it was just like, oh, I think it was the first time I was actually like, fuck, that's aggressively Australian. Fuck. Should we have a third level for this fucking ghetto or what? It's almost like we're creating space for one because there's not really going to be anything we can put here.
Wait, it's not an Australian zoo cam.
Zoo cam? Are you talking about me?
Susie Baka 23452, what for real?
Oh yeah, some people definitely play it up. Like if I was to go to America, I would 100% play up my accent. I'd be like, cheers, mate. But also, we do talk like that to each other. We do get very, like, very Australian. Okay, I got one. Look, so it's an Annie Austin video. We love Annie Austin in this chat. So look, he's got a factor ad right here. Let me show you broke ass. Let me show you broke ass dogs what having YouTube Premium is like. Okay, so he's talking, blah de blah. And then all of a sudden, he starts talking about factor. Look, I hover over the video, jump ahead. You see that button right there? Click the button, boom! It's at the end of the ad. YouTube Premium is almost worth paying.
And you really see it in videos
YouTube Premium is almost worth paying for just that one feature. It's really good. I love that feature. It's really cool. Yeah, I'm from New Zealand, and you really see it in videos about the country or culture that is targeted at the American audience. Yeah, yeah. They'll use like a lot more slang than like we do on a daily basis.
I use it instead of cable.
But
Susie Baka 23452. Wow.
Yeah, you do see it. Like I lay it up a little bit, but it just depends, you know. Like I'll be a little bit more like that around like other Australians. I'll be like, "Cheers, mate." I'll say that to like an Australian guy, you know, as opposed to like an American. I probably wouldn't say, "Yeah, good on you, mate. Cheers." But I would say that to like another Australian because they get the joke. You know what I mean? That we're taking the piss. But also, like, I think Australians have like an obsession with like tricking people and making fun of people for not being in on the joke. Like, I don't know if you guys know about the drop bear joke. You guys ever heard of that? Drop bears? Drop bears? That's like a really famous example of that, but people also have, there's another couple more that I can think of off the top of my head. Like, you know, we ride kangaroos to school and stuff like that. It's like, they're just jokes that like we came up with that if anybody asks, we all just play into the joke. You know what I mean? Like, it's really the only way to explain it. What are we doing here? Just trying to enclose this area so I can look at what this looks like in game, because that's interesting. I just need to know if the spacing feels good, and then we can add like I mean, this is only for three houses. That's fine. If we decide to make it so we can go up, we could probably add another 2 houses, but I think this is already expecting a little bit much out of the nav mesh. So I'm going to export this. We're going to bring it into Godot, and then we're going to see how the nav mesh handles it. And also we're going to kind of feel out the way the like enclosed areas feel. What is this doing here? I think that's just like a street light or something. Probably created another one over here. Yeah. Like this area here. Very cool. Yeah, like that there. Oh my god, going from like Blender where I can see like, I just don't want to change the clip. I know it's in here, but I just don't want to change it. Okay, so let's run that. Let's feel this out. So I think that looks good there. We probably need to have something fancy there, because this is really fancy here, and it kind of is like a little bit jarring to just go back to like flat nothingness. And maybe we can have like, you know, like a massive mural on that wall, like a really cool like piece of art like that takes up that whole wall or something like that.
The grapevines look really nice.
Yeah, I think they did too. Like, there wasn't really a reason for me to put them there, but I thought about like making a trellis with like vines and like grapes on it, and I was like, I just have to do that. Like, that'd be so cool. Let's see how I can do it like really, really cheap. And the way that I do it in Blender is like this. See, we're just creating like little flat areas, you know, and then sticking a texture on them. It's really not that complicated at all. But it looks really, really good in game, hey? Really, really cool. And that's why, like, this area has to be, like, something somewhat significant, I think is really cool. And we got the little... Sorry, I keep forgetting I've got to minimize Blender. See, we've got, like, this cool security camera that watches us as well. So it's got to be something significant here, you know? Or what I'm thinking of is potentially extending this out and connecting it to this area here. But you know what I mean? So we can turn left here and then go over to here. And then it would be a little bit less jarring. But it's almost like that would all need to be connected then, you know? So this is fine not being connected. Oh yeah, that's right. So let's see how this feels, right? We've got this little area. We come through here. We've got another little area. Feels real good under here. I like that. It's really cool. And then, yeah, that's fine. It's a little back alley. Little dodgy back alley. And then you go up here. And then there would
like
be
a small bar outside.
A small bar, that could be a good idea. Just a little, yeah, like a little bar over this side. But then you'd expect to be able to get there from up here, wouldn't you? So maybe you go up here and there's like a restaurant that you can go, not a restaurant, but like this would be like the bar area. We'll call it like the Sky Bar or something like that. Or like the North Sky Bar, where like you get this like nice view. You know? And then whatever we decide to put over there can just be like some kind of nice stuff, you know? Like maybe we'll just put some trees here, some other little bits and bobs. Like let's see what that looks like. Just grab one of these trees. What am I doing? Okay. Control D, Shift G, that's the one. So say we put a couple of these out here. Change the size a little bit. You know, make them a little bit of variance, you know. Whoop. Like that. Rotate them. Make sure these big leaves aren't really intersecting with each other. I don't care too much, but it does look nice. And then this grass here, where's our grass textured? So we can add some more grass here for this whole area. Just to dress it up a bit for now. We can potentially get rid of this later. But just to look at how nice this is. I kind of like that, but remember last week we had this issue where it's adding a lot of binary data to the level. So we kind of have to sort this out before we commit to it too hard.
What are you using to paint the grass on?
This is called Simple Grass Textured. It's a plugin. There you go. It's a plugin by this guy, Icterus Games, Simple Grass Textured plugin. Yeah, you can find that in the asset lib. So in case any of you guys want to do it as well.
Check it out.
Yeah, it's so far it's good, but there's a few caveats that I kind of need to understand a little bit more before I can fully commit to it. and that is like how it's actually saving into the game file. I've just got to do a little bit more research, is what it comes down to. It's nothing too serious. Just need to do a bit more research. And try and find a solution to, because if I hit save, you see it comes up with this thing down here as a warning about the scene size getting a little bit too big. TSCN is text, by the way, and SCN is binary data. But I don't know if I want to save it as binary. So maybe there's a way that I can offload that texture. I'm not sure. It just doesn't make sense to me, you know? Like, we've got this bake height map thing, but then this baked height map is like, it's not even that big. It's like 64 kilobytes. So I don't know where the rest of the, I don't know, man. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. I haven't really done a lot of looking into it, though, to be fair. So as well, this wall here, I put
something
there
like a set of pairs of V3S for POS and scale and a multi-mesh node to render them.
What did I just do? Yeah, definitely. I can't understand where the binary data is coming from. Like, there's a lot of binary data.
Each grass individually.
Have I considered that? Yes. And then I also considered going and f***ing myself to death, dude. Sounds horrible, man. I ain't gonna add all that shit manually. Fuck that. Starting to think we should move the hospital, but I really don't want to commit to that. I really don't want to do that.
1 grass, 2 grass, 3 grass, 4 grass.
Yep. Then all of a sudden, no grass because plugin's fucked. Now, but look at this. It honestly does look good. And this is a bit of grass that I put there. Maybe this is a precision thing. Or maybe I'm just like bad at painting. But you see that? It's like it's bleeding out a little bit. Oh no, it looks like that in Godot. I'm just an idiot. Classic. So from like here, that looks
you want
nice.
To grab some rope, a chair, go up to your attic and link learning all the nautical rope knots.
Makes you want to grab some rope, a chair, go up to your attic and commit learning all the nautical rope knots. Okay, dude. I would rather place all of the grass individually.
You were talking about
okay.
The grass last time when you were playing GTA SA.
Yes, that was fun. You know what? I want to play more GTA. I wish I could play games for you guys and you would actually be entertained. But I feel like anytime I load up games, like nobody gives a shit. So, you know, you guys watch because I know how to make games, not play them. Anybody can play games, you know?
Could be frustrum cold.
I think it does it all by itself. Like, it's all quite good. If I, let's see if sometimes
GTA
you can.
was fun to watch.
Yeah, GTA is fun, dude. Whether it's fun to watch or not, fucking, it's mad fun. Really is. Yo, Robert, my boy. What's up, dog? Dobby's in the chat. When we recognize a name, yeah? When we recognize somebody coming back, Robert on a whim, my boy.
Who would win in a fight, Pennywise or Ronald McDonald?
Ronald McDonald every time. Pennywise a bitch, dude. Ronald McDonald is a fucking billion-dollar company. Multi-billion-dollar company. He just sick his boys. Ronald McDonald doesn't even need to throw a punch, dog. You know what I'm saying? So the next thing we've got to do... So this looks fine. I think this is like... Maybe like...
Ronald McDonald, the corporate greed fuels him.
Exactly, that's right. How the hell did that get inside here? So she said. How did that get in? Oh, right, because they can fall through back faces, of course. Of course. I never considered that. So we come in, we go up, We can go around potentially to another set of stairs to go up even higher. And then, is there any benefit to having property this high up? Probably not, because you're just looking at the slums and shit. I do give a fuck. So,
Ronald McDonald has the strength of all the children in the world.
You guys been playing that game? How many dudes? Isn't that what that's about?
The interior of your buildings.
I don't use Solidify for anything, honestly. Check this out. This is a really quick way that I found to make interiors. Watch this. So, check this out. So, let's say I wanted to make an interior for this area right here, okay? Okay, not that there. Oh my god. Okay, let's say I wanted to make an inside area for this right here. Is there... this here, yeah? If I wanted to make an interior area for here, this is what I do. Check this out. And this makes so much sense when you think about it. It honestly makes so much sense, boys. Okay? Is I grab the footprint, right? Like the floor plan, whatever you want to call it. I hit F, right? And then I inset. Yeah? And then I control plus, control plus, get rid of this one. Delete that, boom, and now we've got a fucking floor plan. You know what I mean?
Does the island have
and then we can just extrude upwards. Boom, look, now we've got an interior area. We don't need to solidify. We don't need to fuck around. That's the easiest and quickest way that I've found to create an interior area. Yeah? And you've got a little bit more options with the inset as well, if you want it to be flat and straight and blah, blah, blah. But like, how easy is that, right? I know, boys, I know. It seems like it should be illegal to do something that fast. But Solidify? Screw Solidify, dude. I only say screw Solidify, honestly, because anytime I've tried to use Solidify, it's like, it's crashed my Blender. So, yo, Yuso Jin, what's up, dog? W's in the chat for my dude, Yuso Jin as well. I know Solidify can do all that, but Solidify can also crash my Blender. Thank you very much. Okay? Like, I was explaining this to my girlfriend as well the other day, so check this out, right?
Sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem. I know it's a me problem, right? I use a wireless charger for my phone, right? Man, that looks dirty when I bring it up close, right? I use a wireless charger for my phone, yeah? You stick the phone on the wireless charge, bada bing, bada boom, it starts charging. You see what I'm saying?
Watching
starts charging. Watching the genius. Fuck off, dude. Now, why do I wireless charge? Because I've been stung too many times with phone chargers, okay? That and also my old phone, it used to just get so much crap in the port that like sometimes it wouldn't even work. You'd have to plug the thing in so fucking deep to actually get it to work, right? So then I started trying to buy these chargers. Like, I'm talking like 5 years ago was the last time I tried to buy a charger. It's probably even earlier than that. You spend $30, $40 on like a charger and a thing, you know, just from like Kohl's or whatever, or like Woolworths. What is it? Like Walmart, CVS, whatever you've got over in the States, right? And then you plug it in and it says fast charge not available. Screw you. You bought a wrong one. You bought like a 1 amp one instead of a 2 amp one. And I'm like, you know, I've had so many problems, I should say, with chargers that I've bought, right? Because obviously I don't like paying top dollar. You know, when they charge $50 for a charging cable, you're like, fuck that, dude.
That you're getting shocked by them.
What am I doing to my phone charger? I'm not getting shocked by them. I'm being shocked by the prices and stuff like that, right? So then what happens is I take it home, I plug it in, and it's just like, It's just unreliable. It's shit. It's a 2-amp charger. It's a piece of crap. The fucking cable like breaks after like, you know, a couple of months or something like that. So I was just like, screw it. I'm just going to start wireless charging everything. Now, you guys have ever, if you guys
that
have,
makes more sense.
okay, check this out, right? If you guys have a controller, it's probably not going to show it because it's green, but like this is a an Xbox controller. I think it's dirty as shit as well. This is my main Xbox controller, right? I have never, ever plugged it in with the USB-C, right? So what you get is you get this thing, which is also dirty as shit because I don't really charge this thing, right? Well, I mean, I do. It stays charged all the time. You get a little battery pack, right? That replaces the AAA batteries, right? You replace that whole little section with the battery pack. And then you get yourself a wireless charger for your desk, and then you just do this. Yeah? And then it just sits on there, and then that's how the controller charges. It's brilliant, right? Like I just have it like, obviously it's not plugged in right now because I haven't needed to charge this in a long time. But I've just got a section on my desk for where I charge my controller, where I control my phone, and I don't plug anything in, right? Because I don't like having to buy more chargers, and I don't like, you know, fiddling with you know what I mean? Like, you've got a cable in there, and then you walk past it, you trip up, the fucking thing flies across the room, bam, and then all of a sudden, the cable stops charging from that port. I hate cable ports. I hate it. I hate it so much. So that's...
Trauma.
Okay, yeah, trauma. Yeah, what up, Anasat? What's good? W's in the chat for my boy. So that trauma is the reason why I stopped doing things, because I try it a few times, and if it doesn't work, I say, fuck it, I'm never going to do that again. I draw a line in the sand, and I say, I'm never doing that again, right? So charging with this, the charging cable stopped. I was like, screw it, I'm going to buy a new controller. I'm going to get wireless charging for it. I'm never going to have to plug it in again. Because when I used to live with people, yeah, cats as well. When I used to live with people and they had dogs and stuff like that, they would walk past, they'd do one of these. I'm just walking past like an idiot, bam, and then they trip over my controller, and my controller flies across the fucking room. You know what I mean? I hate it, dude. I hate it. So I just stopped buying cables for stuff, you know, and just started wirelessly charging everything. Now, a big problem with the wireless charging is it's slow as hell. It's just slow as shit, right? And the other day, okay, the reason that I'm bringing this up, first of all, is because it's relevant to what I'm trying to get into about the Solidify thing with Blender. But also, I went and actually bought a charger for my phone the other day, and it's super fast charging. It's the dude, I'm actually so happy with the results that it's changed my life completely. You know what I mean? I'm like, wow, it charges my phone in like 50 minutes flat. Like, dude, incredible, right? Probably hell bad for my battery, but it doesn't matter. The point is that after years and years and years of refusing to do something, I finally did it, and it was worth it. What can I say, right? Now, we're talking about Solidify inside Blender. I'm at that point where I've tried to Solidify a bunch of times, and it crashes my Blender every single time I do it, either because I'm doing it wrong, right? Or I have to copy it onto a new layer, and I'm not doing that, or something like that, or there's stray vertices. I don't fucking know, right? But every time I try to Solidify, and this is going back years, every time I try to hit that Solidify, my Blender crashes, right? So I just stopped doing it. I'm like, dug my feet in the sand. I'm like, I'm never using Solidify again. I'm going to find a solution to everything that Solidify would usually be the solution for. And so one of those things is, like I said before, this here, where we can create that floor, inset, yeah, and we can even what's that? We can make it a little bit nicer as well, can't we? No, we can't. Depth. Is it depth? No. Oh my god, look. Look at that. We'll make a massive pit. Yeah, the garbage pit. It's actually a good idea. We'll make a garbage pit. You just throw your garbage into it. Yeah, third world style. So then bam, look. Super duper easy way to do it, right? And I discovered this while working on this project, right? So then we can flip the normals, extrude it up, yeah? Control L, flip the normals again. Boom, and now we have an interior space. You know what I mean? And I know that Solidify would do it, but I just don't care. You know, I found a solution that works for me, and now I don't give a shit about the alternatives, to be completely frank. So that's why Solidify and wireless charging have that little morsel in common with each other. Yeah, that's not worth a clap, I don't think, but thanks, man. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. Now, if you guys don't know, I got my motorbike stolen on the weekend. I'm still pissed off about it. My motorbike got returned, but I'm still pissed off about it. So what I'm thinking here, as we were talking about it before, is we could have like a rooftop bar or something like that, right? So potentially this room here can go to that rooftop bar, or we only have one entrance in. But I'm kind of like, or maybe it can be just like a balcony of some sort for one of these houses. I'm not too sure. I really don't know, but what I know...
Sunset Lounge.
Sunset Lounge. See, Sunset Lounge would need to be over here because Sunset's over there. This would need to be like a North Beach, you know, like a North Beach bar. But we could even do that down here. We could literally create another restaurant that faces out to the north. You know what I mean? Like, we've still got a lot of space. So I'm trying not to, like, get distracted right now. But, like, my main guiding factor... Widow's Walk. What do you call it? Widow's Walk? I like that. You got to remind me of that. Yeah? Because obviously that's where all the people jump off into the ocean. Rest in peace. Hold on, I'm gonna fix my microphone up. So yeah, I mean... Cool, perfect. Yeah, okay, I gotta be right back a second. I just gotta piss. Look at this cat. Oh, look at this cat. Good girl. Okay, so my guiding star here, stopping me from just like squaring off this area here, is that it looks kind of gross from this angle. Like I want it to be a little bit aesthetic, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And we can supplement it with something else if we want. Like I said before, like maybe having a massive mural on the wall would be really cool. So if any of you guys want to make a cool mural for me, go for it.
Don't touch me, human. I will not be your display piece.
Literally, she's covered in shit as well. I don't know if you guys can see that. And look at all of that crap on her back. Look, she's just been rolling around in the dirt outside. Stupid cat. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've got a little bit of work that I've got to get done later today. So this stream is probably going to go for another hour, maybe. And then I want to get back on tomorrow. I want to really, really try to get another stream in tomorrow. So this has been 4 hours. My account is a goddamn cokehead. They all are, bro. Finance dudes. They're all cokeheads, man. Tell us about it though. We love to hear a Michael Collins rant. You know we love it. Yeah, we need a mural like right here. So what's something we can put there? Do we have anything already? We've got like this decal here. We could potentially just increase the size of it. You see, like, shunt was here. This is what I'm thinking. Like, we can have like
always tense,
a
always
big,
zooming around, can't listen, sweating bullets.
like we can sweating bullets. That's the worst one, dude. Bro hasn't slept. I always forget to minimize textures.
Adderall, probably.
Yeah, we don't have Adderall in Australia, I don't think. It's just dexamphetamine. So check this out, right? So we could have a really cool mural there,
He wasn't
you know,
sniffing as if he had just done a line, but he always looks wired to me.
of like classic. You know, like we could have like, you know, crying Mother Teresa or something. You know what I mean? Like some bullshit, you know? What's a piece of art that I've done? Maybe I can like put something else into the game. Shunt was here. Here we go. We'll create a new folder, graffiti. Shunt was here. Did I reinstalled Team Fortress 2 the other day? Oh yeah, we were playing. That's right. Mike and I were playing. It's 30 gigabytes. It used to be 100. That's why I never had it installed.
As Coke, I used to have a prescription for it, but it was too much for me.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, right? There we go. So do I have any art that I could put in here instead of that? Shunt was here. You know? Like there wasn't anything that I did for unaccessible. Something I can put there.
Sometimes you're a retard and you just need meth to like move, though I know that feeling.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be on, it's basically Ritalin back when I was younger. But yeah, it just gets a bit too much for you sometimes. Like I stopped taking it because I was just wasn't socializing properly anymore. You know what I mean? What is a really funny picture? Unity in a trash can, dude. That'd be a funny stand-in for now. Look at that. Unity inside a trash can, dude. That's right. Perfect. Yeah? You guys like that?
I'm currently on Vivance, so I am a total hypocrite calling my accountant a cokehead BTW. This is probably just projection on my part. It's the same in feeling,
Something
but
like
different
that, like
chemicals.
just-
Math is only one chemical off. Uppers are highly addictive.
CC0
LOL,
murals. Lol, love it. Yeah, I don't love it, but it's funny. Wow. Okay. I don't know if I'll get busted for any of these, but check this out. I just typed in CC0 murals in public domain. And we could probably like chuck one of these in Photoshop, rough it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like I kind of want to have a reference to to San Andreas in there. You remember that that mural? I think it's of like Mother Mary. Like that one. You remember that one? Jesus saves. Something like that, but it would need to be more of a reference to San Andreas. Or like to that old school kind of vibe. But yeah, I'm afraid to like scroll too fast here because there might be some like titties or something like that pop up. But these are CC0. It's just, I can't have anything Jesus related because we've already got the Crab Church. It needs to be something related to that. So maybe we can like, maybe we can like,
again.
Shit, here we go again. Like a crab mural, you know? Yeah, okay, that one's definitely TOS. You probably get away with that because it's art, but like that's TOS. Yeah. You guys, let me know what you think would be really cool there. Because it also needs to be like quite low quality as well.
That has a good looking texture. Or just write Los Santos.
Oh my god, my neighbors are making so much noise.
Graffiti with a reference to another one of your games.
Yeah, that's it. Like maybe I can get somebody to like digital art like Dreadlock Hailstorm. Wish I could show you these, but like some of them are just TOS, that's all. I mean, you're allowed to show boobs if it's for art. And I'm looking at art, but some of these are just like a bit crass. I just don't want to push my luck, that's all.
I actually finished a game jam for the third time, can't believe I did it.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to play your game. You put it in advertise yourself, didn't you? I did notice that. I'll do this another time, I think.
Yeah.
The finding a mural, because like I'm probably going to need to spend quite a lot of time just making it a little bit more like lore centric. I just want to have like a stand-in. Like there's a lot of religious stuff in here, which although it looks cool, it's very Renaissance-y. It's also like, I don't know, it's probably a bit distracting. I'm trying to find one that's like not distracting at all.
You can talk about Coke, but you can't talk about 8008s. Thanks, YouTube.
I just can't show them, dude. Yeah, maybe what I'll do is I'll look for CC0 graffiti. Maybe that's what we can do. Oops. That's funny. Public domain. Oh god. People are putting like AI like in the public domain. It's like, isn't that already in the public domain? You can't copyright AI, right? I don't think you can.
I typed just put 8008s on the wall and it didn't go through.
True. Okay, so you actually can't talk about boobs. Oh, it's like a pig. I'm just looking for the word graffiti now. CC0 graffiti.
Bubs.
I mean, graffiti is in the public domain, right? You put it up in public, it belongs to everyone. It means I can go around and like just take photos of like actual murals. Probably not. It probably still like this, for instance. Like somebody probably still owns like the. It says it's public domain, but interesting. Yeah, it's just an interesting thought.
Hello.
Like we were talking about licensing a couple episodes back, right? And this kind of feeds into it as well.
Piss out my ass!
How about that? Smile for the camera. Coca-Cola. Actually, that's an interesting one. Imagine if you put that in your game.
Is that a booger?
It's public domain. You know what I mean? But is it advertising? Is that a booger? What are you talking about? You talking about in the game? I mean, on stream?
Banger song.
Yeah, Blade. Real ones, no,
The
dude.
previous graffiti.
Ah, the previous. Okay. So about John Lennon, booger. Okay, we're gonna go back to the first page. Okay, so I think one of these we could choose. This is what I was laughing at, like the AI Einstein graffiti. That can't be real, right? Wild if it is. Something like this. Like just for now. Like just a big wall of like, you know what I mean? Like just a big wall of graffiti. This is kind of cool, but I feel like it would just take a little bit too much work to get it to look good. So I'm just going to download this. We're just going to use that. Look, public domain, free for personal and business use because it's public domain CC0. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Favorite letters and numbers in the world, CC0. Shit, I'm hitting the wrong button.
CC0 and 80,085.
Dude, it's trying to get me to fucking... Nah, dude. So here, we're going to try and steal this image. Raw pixel, look. See, it wants me to like log in and shit. So we're going to try and steal it. Yeah? Save layer. There we go.
Rembit is abstracting.
There we go. You guys see that? That's how easy it is to not have to pay. I mean, not have to log in. Why? Like, it's CC0. Why the hell would I give them my email? You know what I mean? So stupid, dude.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Learn a lesson. Hit F12 every now and then, alright? You'd be like, this is low quality. It's like, that's perfect. I want it as low quality as I can get. Like, we want, realistically, we want like 512. Like 512, and we can stretch it. Yeah? Perfect.
Exactly.
Perfect, boys. So yeah, if you ever get gated from a website, just hit F12. Try and figure it out. It's worth it, bro. Look at that. See? Something like that. Like, I wanted to get to the point where we've got something instead of a blank wall. Because that's really what's stopping me from continuing in this area. It does look...
Matrix.
It does look kind of cool, doesn't it? It's, needs a little bit of work. Because obviously, like, we don't want it to wrap around. And because this is on, like, a weird angle. See what I mean? We kind of need to line this up on a really wanky angle. And I could flatten this in Blender so it doesn't look so weird. In fact, I'm probably gonna have to do that. You know, so it stays off the ground as well. Without it looking like too dodgy. Ah, that looks okay. And then this edge here. I need to extend to that edge. Now, can we change it from being linear to nearest? The texture filtering. Is that a thing? Look, albedo. It doesn't look like it, hey. There's no selection here for... Oh, you guys aren't looking. There's no selection here to change it to nearest. Let's Google that. Nearest filtering for decals. It's in a project setting?
Strange, I
What?
remember it having one.
Look, project settings. Let's look. This is an AI overview answer, but pour a bottle of water out for this
Yeah.
terrible answer, I'm sure. Rendering, textures, decals. Textures, decals, filter. Oh, look, it's right there. So just change it to nearest. We're going nearest mip-map because we do want it mip-mapped. Light projectors. Are we using light projectors? No. Light projectors use a little bit of, you need to have shadows turned on to use projectors. That looks good. Let's see. So this is just here for now, but that's, I want to replace that with like something a lot nicer looking. And then I will square up this edge here as well, so there's no barcode. We like to call that a barcode. I'll square the edge up so there's no barcode. Yeah, that looks cool. So having like some sort of mural, some big full mural there is really cool. I'm just wondering if it's worth like, I mean, that might be part of the lore. Whoever's here really hates it, so they're trying to block it out with the vines, you know what I mean? That could be pretty funny for the lore of the game. But also, you kind of just want like this inviting...
Try make it in Blender.
You know? Try and make what in Blender? I can square this off. Stuff like that in Blender, but yeah. Oh, you mean like add the mural in Blender? That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea
The grapes
at all.
are a cool addition.
Yo, Rykothians. Is that how you say it? Rakathians. What's up, dog?
Giants apparently have technology beyond our imagination to cloak themselves, is what the people on the internet are telling my mom.
Yeah, okay. Tell him to stop telling your mom that. What's going on, dog? Yeah, that's actually a really good
My soul
idea.
just levitated.
If I go add new graph 1, graffiti
Not much.
1, and then I assign that, and then we reset this. Well, not individually, but is this, what way is this? Is this front? No, this is left. Yeah, and then I go U and then project from bounds. Cool. And then our UV map is projected to the boundary. Perfect. So it should be completely squared up. Good idea, Henry. Great idea. We're not going to use a decal to do this. Because a decal is very...
I wish they were telling my mom that crap. I have to talk to her like a parent to a child.
It's not necessary. Yeah, well, you know, it's only going to be a matter of years until we're the ones getting fooled by AI and our children are telling us that we're stupid. But, you know, It's already halfway there, dude. AI is getting way too good, way too quick. Roughness, we want
Yeah, it's
on
kinda
1.
overkill.
And then we go to shading. And then we drop some shade in here. Graph 1. Yep. To the base color. And then we change this to closest. Yeah, and then at some point we can swap this image out, but if we then go...
I believe the AI more than I believe the people around me at this point. Just take me away, Claude. God, I hope not. If I gotta lose everything else, at least let me keep my sanity.
I gotta lose everything, at least let me keep my Claude. Please. Yeah, I mean, Mike's in the corporate world, in the corporate programming world, where almost 100% of shipped code nowadays is AI. So, you know, you either got to get on the program or, you know, fall behind. But as long as you don't forget what God gave you. Okay? Mike, my boy, don't forget what God gave you. You're a talented programmer, okay? You're a very talented programmer. You don't need Claude. I know you think you need Claude, but trust me, you don't need Claude. Okay? You can use Claude and also wish for the end of AI at the same time. Okay? There's a lot of people out there doing it.
That's deep.
that is deep,
Toby
dude.
Fox style.
Toby Fox, who's that?
When I'm not stressed out from them not paying my Claude bills, yes, I can actually program shit, tbh. What are we making this time around? Same mon ami.
What is
First
going on
message,
here?
Claude, you.
Claude, ew. I mean, you're either a ChatGPT person or a Claude person. You know what I'm saying? I, for one, think both are terrible. But if I had to choose, I'd choose Claude because it's not... Like, the thing about Anthropic is... As much as they like to bullshit, I feel like they still have a bit more of an ethical outlook on... Dude, you know what? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, the thing is, I don't like Sam Altman. I think he's a fucking scam artist. He's a piece of shit. I don't like Sam Altman, and I don't think a lot of people do, because his history is just bullshitting for money. That's his entire, like, history. You know? Like, and if you guys haven't seen those videos where they look at Sam Altman's, like, history, my God, the guy is just like, trust me, bro, give me your money, trust me, bro. So the guy is an actual scam artist, right?
Guy.
And then whatever you think of Elon Musk pulled out of OpenAI because he was like, yo, this Sam guy is a fucking scammer.
Amazing, but you gotta buy extra credit to
you know
use
what I
it.
mean?
Now I'm sitting here winging it with Opus like a pavo cunt. It's basically good enough though, tbh. Sam Elon Mark.
Yeah, that's it. Like, the thing about Anthropic, right, is I don't like the fact that they go, like, the way, okay, this is the way that marketing works with AI, right?
Opus 5 is amazing.
What they do is they say, holy crap, our model escaped. Oh no, our model is, it's got to rule the internet. Our model has escaped. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, here's access to it. That's how, like, AI advertising works these days, right? And I don't like that Anthropic are, like, pretty much like the worst offenders of that. They're more or less like the worst offenders, right? And also they're the ones that are like, we need to regulate. We have to regulate AI. And also, like, we've got one of the best AIs in the world. And now that we have the best AI in the world, now we need to regulate to stop people from competing with us, right? They're anti-competitive, which I don't like. They I don't want to say they bullshit, but they definitely lay it on thick. But at the same time, they're the only ones being incredibly transparent about things that they've done. You know what I mean? Like there was that one where they got Claude to order food for the vending machines. Did you guys ever see that? That was hilarious. That was really, really, really funny because Claude ended up like, ordering like, pallets and pallets and pallets worth of stuff, and they laughed about it. And then they went on to actually tell the world about that, right? Like, I feel like Anthropic are a research company as much as they are like a company that's trying to earn money. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Anthropic are public. Let's look this up. No, Anthropic's not public yet. Is OpenAI public? Have they done it? No, OpenAI still hasn't done it either. Okay, but they're both actively preparing for an IPO. That's going to be the end of the world, basically. When board members and investors and stakeholders start telling the research and AI companies, titans, what to do, like, that's the beginning of the end, bro, because they're not going to be motivated by, like, anything ethical ever again. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's game over. Once they get their IPOs out, it's bad for the whole world. I don't like OpenAI. Yeah, I'm going to buy and then sell, like, one day later, bro, because that shit's going to tank, right? It's just going to tank. So, yeah, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. From Seattle, Cucamonga, you know what I'm saying? Seattle. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's this. Cucamonga, Seattle. And then, like, Homer's just losing his shit laughing. He's like, Seattle. I think of that scene every time. Like, I've got it there because I've got a friend over in Seattle at the moment, and I make fun of him with that. Ha! Seattle. After saying Cucamonga. Very funny. But yo, what's up? From Australia here. We're just talking about, OpenAI. Like, the thing about OpenAI is we know they're not ethical because they are working with the Department of Defense. You know what I mean? Like, whether you think that's good or bad, it's more like it's not really relevant because, like, we know that, like, what are the alternatives? It's the Chinese ones, like the Alibaba one. We've got DeepSeek. So DeepSeek, ladies. Kimmy, DeepSeek, Quen. What are the other ones? DeepSeek, yeah, piss in the deep sink. So Quen, all of those AI companies, right? Like, the Chinese military is definitely going to be using them, right? The Russian military is probably already got, like, using DeepSeek. It's just, I don't like the virtue signaling in the way that these companies do it, where they're just like, we are the most ethical AI. No, we're the most ethical AI. It's almost like the mutually assured destruction thing. The weapons of, like having nukes in every country in the world is like, well, if you use nukes, I'm going to use the nukes. And they're like, no, if you use the nukes, we're going to use the nukes. And then, like, the only thing that you can do at that point is make nukes because everybody else has them. Like, that's starting to happen with AI, where it's like, you could come out and say that you don't support, like, further, like, research and development of AI, but at the same time, you're doing it. You know what I mean? So, like, when, that looks so cool, hey? Like, when Sam Altman says, we should do a pause, it's like, okay, you've just made how many billions of dollars, like, on ChatGPT? Not enough, obviously, because they are still losing money like crazy. Like, let's look up how much money does OpenAI lose a day? Let's go a day. Okay, 8 months ago, OpenAI loses $83 million a day, boys. $83 million a day, because what they're doing is they're A, trying to secure government contracts, and B, they're trying to do like, they're trying to pull an Uber, right? They're trying to run at a negative so that they can get market share. And then once they get market share, they bump all the prices up. You know what I mean? They'd be losing more money than the world's losing water. Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't care about them using water. I just don't want them putting it back into the fucking, you know, the water board with like microplastics and shit in it. You know what I'm saying? That'll be another theme of this game, I think. Microplastics, because that's hell scary. It's fucking, honestly, it's scary as shit, dude. People talking about like, you know, all these other issues in the world. It's like, bro, there's plastic in my balls. Like, are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Surely I didn't do that. There's plastic in my balls. What's up with that? Scary, bro. It's fucking scary. I want to see what this looks like at night. I can like ramble all day about like the reasons that I hate OpenAI. But like Anthropic aren't off the hook either. Anthropic are very like, oh yeah, we made Fable and it like it escaped the lab and it did all of this bullshit. Also his access. It's like, it's scary, bro. My game is, think about Schedule 1 except with fishing is what we're trying to do. So the game's called beta. Hold on, I can turn on turn the TTS back on. So it's basically going to be Schedule 1 but with fishing. Oh yeah, we got to fix that up. Schedule 1 but with fishing. I think these little areas too should probably have like graffiti all over them as well. I just don't want to reuse that. But we'll do it for now. Because that'd be really cool. Just like a tunnel of graffiti right
Looking
here.
forward to seeing the NPC.
Oh yeah, dude. I am excited for the NPCs. But I'm kind of like, I don't want to rush them because I need to know what their full schedule is going to look like before I start to create them, right? Because I've spoken about this in previous streams. I am going to have like a day-night cycle. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to have like a routine. I think that's the word I'm looking for. A routine for every single one of the NPCs. Except for maybe a couple of them that don't need them, right? So they're going to wake up from their bed, they're going to walk to work, and then once they get to work, that's when the business will open. If you beat the shit out of them on their way to work, then the business isn't going to open for that day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're going to have some sort of AI logic state manager.
Yes, I am. And, you know, like...
an NPC that S holding a sign saying there S microplastics in my balls.
Yeah, exactly. We've got to have... Dude, that's a really good idea. We've got to have, like, one of those psycho guys that just walks around. I say psycho. They're probably the smartest people in the world.
T-shirt.
Because everybody ridicules them until it's, like... Until the world actually ends. Like, I'm taking the piss, I'm joking, but a guy like this that just walks around with like a cardboard sign that has like really doomer shit written on it, you know? Like hell doomer shit. But like, I want him to be right. Like we've spoken about this in a previous like stream. I want to have somebody super cooked talking about how the FBI are infiltrating the island and the security cameras around everywhere. And like, it's none of your concern, but like by the end of the game, it turns out that he's completely right, you know? So like have a little like joke in there about that.
The end is near.
Yeah, the end is nigh, end is near. Something like that. There's one picture here of Homer Simpson doing it as well. The end is near. That's actually really good inspiration. Maybe you can walk around with a bell, just ding, ding, ding. You try and get attention, and then you can talk to him. Because I want most of the NPCs to have like a mission or two or three or four. The whole game's a psyop. Yeah, exactly. It's just, you know, I'm going to tell people, well, you're going to tell people that they have to buy the game and that it's so good. And like by the end of it, they're just depressed. Nah, just kidding. So like this, it's going to get worse. Yeah? Something like that. You know? And then maybe there can be like a really, really prolific conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? And it'll be like,
I don't need a IRL simulator. Mine
what's it,
works great,
Pepe?
LOL.
What's the name from It's Always Sunny? What's his name? Pepe Silvia. Yeah. You say like Pepe Silvia was right. You know what I mean? Something like that. Nah, Pepe Silvia. It's the it's what this scene's about. You guys probably seen the GIF before. You know, the GIF of like Charlie going absolutely nuts. And it's like he's trying to track down this guy named Pepe Silvia. And then, you know, this is like the one job that they have where they're like, I've got a job, it's so great. Rembot was right. Yeah, exactly. Rembot was right. Nah, I don't want to have too much like fourth wall breaking either in the game. That's another thing that's like, I don't, you know, people are asking me like, should I put some like Easter eggs in the game from my other games and stuff like that? It's like, look, I don't want to, I don't want to break immersion. Like, because that's the thing. We were talking about that a few streams ago as well, is I want this game to be immersive, but not realistic. There'll be realism, but I want it to be immersive. And, you know, realism creates immersion. Just by the nature of being, like, relatable,
Why is there a
right?
building under the map, though?
So that building under the map, that was what used to be here. I don't know if you guys remember. There used to be a
2012, and they were both right. The fun type of realistic.
True. Moonfall. Wasn't that a James Bond movie? No, Moonfall. That was the one where the moon fell onto the earth or something, right? The fun type of realistic, exactly. So this is what used to be here, right? I haven't decided what to do with this grass patch yet. But, you know, I didn't want it to be like concrete because it was weird, you know, and I wanted it to like spark some creativity. But I want there to be something else here. I don't want this to be, this was the general store, right? And maybe I will chuck a general store somewhere, but maybe what I'm thinking is like, this is where you work. This will be the place where you work. So the bait shop, you know, because like the game's beta. You make bait. You make, sell, buy, trade, bait. Mainly make, you know, and that's what the alchemy system is going to be. So it's a quick and easy way back out to the boat, right? It's very central, which makes it not annoying to have to come back to all the time. And yeah, it's central. It's kind of central, which is cool. It's close to the butcher. The fish place, and then, you know, the few things that you do after hours, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of this stuff is, like, the slum is really, like, where people are going to be after hours, you know? Or, like, before work, after work. It's really just residential here. But there will be, like, a slum market. I just haven't figured out where I want to put that yet. Because I am a lot more inspired by like these buildings, the nice buildings at the moment. And so like, you know, like we're talking about before, like you got to chase what's fun, you know? And right now I am having fun doing this. So while I'm still having fun, before it becomes tedious, I'm going to get as much of this shit done as I possibly can. You know what I'm saying? Before it becomes tedious. So I think... yeah, let's see what this looks like in game now. Like I said, I'm not sure if I want to add like another little rooftop bar here, or if we just make this all residential. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not too sure just yet. Fuck Unity. Somebody commented on one of my videos.
Will
Fuck
the player
Unity.
be new to the island, or has he lived here his whole life?
You know what? I'm actually not too sure about that. I think that being new to the island is kind of interesting. Now, what could the motivation be, right? I've spoken about this briefly in the past, but I think the main motivation to a lot of these types of games is... So in Schedule 1, you were escaping something because, what, the law were after you? Yeah, the cops come to your, like, ranch, and then you just, like, get the hell out of there. You know what I mean? I think in Stardew Valley, your granddad dies and leaves the farm to you. In this game, we either come over here to start a new life, or we're escaping something on the mainland, which we'll have to come up with a name for and stuff like that. So potentially you're escaping something from the mainland. You've come here to build a better life for yourself. Or you're a teenage boy, right, who's grown up here and wants to create a better life for his family. You know, because that's the whole rags to riches story, where you eventually end up in like one of these nice houses. And so I'm going to need to remodel these houses and do like the interiors and stuff like that at some point. Even do like an underground area or something like that. But that's the idea. Maybe these houses... I don't know. I want this to be like the best house in the game, and it should be, because you've got like the we'll just go over there. Yeah. Like I haven't fully figured it out, to be completely honest, but you know, there's something to be said about motivation and how
Maybe a penal colony where everyone is a prisoner.
a penal colony, a penis colony, ladies, penal. Not sure. What does this look like?
Thought it was a good question for lore crafting.
Yeah, no, it is. It is a good question. Because,
this Blender?
Yeah, this is just Blender. Blender's great. I really, really love Blender. So I create my levels in Blender. I split them up based on how I want to import them. I export, yeah? And then we go back over into Godot, and then we import, or we re-import the model that we've got from Blender. There we go. You see, we just did that like little edge right there.
Oh, wow.
And then we run. And then obviously in your import settings for the actual model, that's when you need to add things like collision and stuff like that. But yeah, like the workflow. What's the word I'm looking for? The workflow between Blender and Godot is so easy, man.
Go learn Blender right now.
Yeah, you should learn Blender. Blender is incredible. Blender really is like... I love that, like, the phrase industry standard is slowly dying, right? Like, even with things like Photoshop, it's like they don't care how you do it anymore as long as you can do it.
TBH, I find it intimidating.
It is intimidating, but
Blender, that is.
it's really, really good. Like I wouldn't even consider myself a pro. Like at this point, I'm still just winging stuff, you know? Like I never consider myself a pro. The guys in the chat know it. It's just like by sheer brute force, I've learned how to do all of this stuff, you know? Like never in my life. Well, at some point in my life, I did care about like, learning digital art and stuff like that. But like at this point in my life, I don't give a shit about making like art. I want to make games, which games are art, but like I don't want to create like digital art. I want to create game ready objects. You know what I mean? And like that was sort of where my inspiration came from. And then for this specific project, like, you know, like making a shelves or a box or something like that. Like, I'll show you what, like other things that I've made look like. So
yeah, it's more fun, difficult, but feels more alive.
Like, you see that? That is an asset that I made, right? And I needed to learn how to texture paint to do all of this stuff. So this is from my other game, Sedated. But like even this kind of looks like shit, you know? But it gets the job done, right? That is what I, you know, and I only made this like date modified. Why did it say modified today? I made this in March. So even with just a few months practice, I'm able to create levels now, like with Godot. I mean, sorry, with Blender. Because like I was, basically the point of what I'm trying to say is that I used to only make game objects, right? And now I'm making full levels with it. And that's just because I learned, you know, through a lot of practice, how to achieve what I'm trying to achieve. You know what I mean? So like start small.
I first learned 3D on 3ds Max back in 2008 for 2 free high school courses. I was extremely lucky. For years I wouldn't touch Blender cause I thought 3ds was better despite the pricing.
Yeah, you know what? I actually learnt on 3ds Max as well a long time ago. I learnt it at school. It was technical school. What do you call it again? Community college, technical school. TAFE. We call it TAFE in Australia. But that's where I learned how to. That's how I learned how to use 3ds Max. And I think I was already like, you know, I had a dodgy version of it at home that my parents brought back from Bali. So I'd learnt it a bit, but like I learnt a lot more about it in school. And then I thought that 3ds Max was the way to go. And then everybody, as soon as I finished school, everybody was using Maya. And I was like, why do they teach us 3ds Max when they should have been teaching us Maya? You know? And like, it was a multimedia, like, first year of like game design course, you know? And they were teaching us how to use 3ds Max, which is great. But like, Maya is the industry standard, you know? But like, Blender has kind of forced itself into being an industry standard just because it's great. Just because it's good. Like these days, if you know how to use Maya 3ds Max, but you don't know how to use Blender, that's actually really, really bad for you. I'm assuming. Because Blender is really good at converting files because it can just open anything and can save as anything, right? Blender is really good. So like,
my wife.
Yo, my wife. So Blender is like, is so good that if you can learn Blender, like there's so much that you can do because it's used for not just CAD, not just like, you know, weight painting and bones and skeletons and stuff like that. Not just for sculpting, although sculpting it's not the best at. You know, you still want to use like ZBrush and stuff like that for that. Animation. It's also for like cinematic stuff. You know, like apparently there was a lot of scenes from the Backrooms movie that actually did use Blender as like a jumping off point, or even as a final render. I can't say that for sure, but like. Yeah, like I said, the fact that industry standard is slowly starting to die out because these industries are just getting so, I'm going to say informal, which is good. But like even Godot, for instance, people will say Godot is not an industry standard. It's like, neither was Blender. You know, give it like 5 years, you know, or 10 years, and like it will be an industry standard, right? Because it will have proven itself by that point as being like totally fine for like, you know, maybe not ever for AAA. I'm not sure about that. But like really, you shouldn't be making AAA games in Unity either.
Corporations are all eating each other.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Godot will definitely become similar to Blender.
Pumped to jump into it. Thanks, man. Yeah, just do it. So what you want to do first, you want to learn how to model just with like vertices, edges, and faces. And then after that, you want to learn how to do like UV mapping and texturing. I wouldn't really fuck around too much with the PBR stuff because like really, I don't do PBR either. Like this is all just diffuse maps. Like obviously we got a little bit of like, you know, specular on that because of the roughness being a little bit lower. But like, I think the only PBR texture in this entire game is actually right here. If you wait a couple of seconds, you'll see why. Because I needed to make a bed of ice, right? And so the way that we made the bed of ice is with a PBR texture. You see that? That's the only PBR texture basically in the entire game, unless I'm missing something. But like we needed to make like an ice texture. And that's what we ended up making.
Yeah, the gloss.
Yeah, and I think it looks pretty cool.
Try turning a cylinder into a sword or something is a good starting point.
Yeah, exactly. Just start with a box, right? Like all good things do. Right, so you just want to, yeah, I'll just open up a new one, right? Always delete that default cube. Actually, no, we'll keep the default cube for now. So you can basically make anything with a box, right? What you want to do is you want to hit tab, and that takes you into like edit mode. So we can either edit the edges, the vertices, right? The vertices, the edges, or the faces, right? So the way that you do that is you hit tab and, you know, like basically like you can only edit entire objects, which is these things up here, if you don't switch the mode. But you see we've got object mode up here, and then we've got edit mode. Now, while you're in edit mode, the numbers 1, 2, and 3 switch between the modes, because really that's the only way that 3D objects exist, is they're made with vertices, yeah, edges, and faces. So 1, 2, and 3, 1 for vertices, 2 for edges, and 3 for faces, right? And then all you want to do is just start hitting E, you know? Start hitting E on stuff so you can like extrude. E is for extrude. Yeah, and then if you want to like bevel, like right click, or I think there's a way that we can type in what we want. I just can't remember what it is. I think it's F3. Yeah, we got F3. Go bevel. Bevel edges. You know what I mean? And then you can start fucking around. You can grab a couple different, hold down shift and you can grab a couple different faces. And then you can right click and go extrude faces along normals. See what I mean? We start to extrude those faces. Extrude individual faces. That's probably what I want. So they don't like link up there. Like you can make everything, dude. Just one point that I want to make with Blender is if you scale something in object mode, it doesn't actually change the positions of the vertices and stuff like that. What it does is it changes the scale of the object here. So you see, if I scale it up, you see these numbers are going up and down on the right here, right? And that's not good, right, for game ready. What you want to do is once you're done, you know, moving stuff around, so let's say we want to rotate it, yeah, scale it and move it, right? If I reset all of these values here, which I can do by just hovering and hitting backspace, it's going to end up back where it was before. So what the hell is the point of rotating, scaling, and shit like that, right? Once you're happy with where something is, you hit Control A, which is a weird one, I know. Control A is usually select all. And then you want to apply the location, the rotation, the scale, or all transformations, right? So you just go all, and you see how all of this crap here is all numbers because it's relative to the original position. If we go Control A and then all transforms, it zeroes everything out, and then everything exists in its actual spot. So you need to make sure. That's my only tip. That's my biggest tip, sorry. Biggest tip, ladies. That's my biggest tip with Blender, is like you need to understand that like moving, rotating, and scaling something does it non-destructively, right? It's a little bit like adding layers or smart filters, I guess, like in Photoshop, or like an adjustment layer. We're adjusting it, but we're not adjusting the inner workings of it permanently. Not until we hit Control A on the object and go all transform, like apply all transform, right? Because what will happen...
Until you hit Control A.
Until you hit Control A, that's right. On the object, you want to select the object, Control A, and then apply transform. That's what you want to look for. You're applying that transformation that you've done to it, right? So now this object exists exactly the way that it looks. You know what I mean? So then there's other really cool stuff. Like if you hit A, you know, when you're on face mode, you're selecting all faces. Yeah, and you can switch over to like vertices.
I've learned more in this 3 minutes than in the tutorials I've watched.
Yeah, look, the tutorials, they don't start from... They start from scratch, or they start somewhere else. But like these are the things that I've learned through blood, sweat, and tears, honestly. So another one is you hold control and it'll find the fastest line from A to B, right? And so it'll select everything in between. I think we've got something weird going on here as well. Yeah, see that? I think I've done like a double extrusion on this and not actually realized. So that's another one, right? You see how there's two vertices in the same spot? What you want to do is you just want to go A to control, you know, select all of them. Hit 1 to make sure that we're in vertex mode. Hit M for merge, and then go merge by distance. Then boom, look down the bottom. It says removed 11 vertices, meaning that it's just pushed them all together. You know what I mean? And now we've only got one. So there's a lot of quirks when it comes to Blender, but these are all of the things that I learned while I was creating game-ready objects. You know what I mean? Like if you hit E to extrude and then you cancel it, it still exists as an extrusion. It's just hasn't moved. You know what I mean? So another really easy thing that we can do is we can inset, right? So if we grab a face and then hit I, you see that? We can inset. That's what that's called. Yeah? And then if we hit G, we can move things around, right? But if we hit G and then hold down the middle click, we can snap it to a specific angle. But you see, I want it to go out from that flat position. And what we can do is go up here to global, which is a global transformation. And then you change that to normal. And then when we hit G and then hold down middle click, we're going to get a perfect angle from that flat plane, you know, from the normal. We're going to get transformation along that normal. So even if it's sideways or whatever, you know what I mean? So like Blender is incredible. Blender is honestly incredible, but you need to learn basically in the order that we've got up here. So you want to start with layout or whatever, you know, modeling. You want to model first. Sculpting is like, I haven't really fucked with sculpting, but sculpting is how like you can, you know, create like really, really cool looking characters and stuff like that. I think we've got to turn on like auto subdivision or something like that. I'm sure that's here somewhere. I've never really done it, to be honest, but I've seen people do it. Yeah, and then anyway, like sculpting. And then you want to go to UV editing, which a lot of people struggle with, but I honestly find UV mapping pretty...
You're a garbage barge.
I find... You're a garbage barge, dude. I find UV mapping pretty relaxing. It's honestly pretty fine. And basically what you're doing, you know, is UV mapping is like a projection system for the globe, right? Flat Earthers, GTFO, we're not doing that today. But basically, if you're trying to turn a sphere into a flat surface, it's very, very hard. You know? So what we've got to do basically then is you have to come up with some sort of projection system, right? To unwrap, right, that sphere. So I've got one here, which is a kind of a wacky projection system, right? Where you can see the North Pole and the South Pole at the same time, right? That's one way of turning a sphere into a flat surface. But basically, that's pretty much what you're doing with UV mapping. It's really, really easy. It's just like, you've got to set the seams and stuff like that. Anyway, that's like a whole thing of its own. And then from there, once you have good UVs, you can move on to texture painting. So if you want to paint textures on and stuff like that, then you can do that, you know? That's like basically the next step. But yeah, start with modeling and then texturing is basically where you want to start. And you get a lot done just with those two things, right? Like a lot done. Because then we can go like shading. Once we have like a UV map, we can go to shading and then we can add in like images. So actually kind of interesting. This is like the song. This is like the cover art for the song that's currently playing right now. And so that's going to put itself all over the whatchamacallit, right? And then next, if I switch song, if I skip to the next song, that's going to replace this. Is it? No, it won't. All right, I don't want to overload you with too much information, but like that's basically what you want to do, okay? It's like in that order, more or less, you know? But yeah, Blender is great, but like just learn modeling from like, you know, the basic cube first. Because just in that alone, there's a lot that you can learn, dude. There's so much that you can learn. Okay, so what should we look at next? I think while I'm doing this, I can explain to you what I'm doing. So I'm in edit mode and I'm on my houses layer. I'm switching over into, what is it? I'm switching over into edge mode. Edge. Switching over into edge mode because I want to extrude. I want to kind of make like a roof for this area, or we can make it taller. I'm thinking we make it taller. That would be really cool. And then we could create like a balcony or something out here. Oh yeah, so here's another really cool one, right? So we want to inset, like I showed you, but we can inset individual faces. We can inset 2 of them, and we can inset to the boundary. If I hit B, you see that? So it's going to inset all the way to the boundary, which is really cool. Is this maybe not connected here? Yeah, this isn't connected. That's why that inset looked really weird.
Oh, behave.
Gonna grab both of those. Merge at center.
Yes,
Yo!
yes,
Thanks for the
yes,
follow, dude.
no,
Appreciate it.
no.
Yeah, hopefully you've learned a little bit during this stream. If you want to come and join the Discord, go for it. If you got any more questions or whatever in the future, especially about Blender, I think consensus is that I should be making Blender tutorials as well as my Godot tutorials. More or less to show off how to make actual game ready content. Because I think a lot of people just struggle with starting, and I think I could probably, you know, throw a little insight out there. Insight. Used to be a clothing brand called Insight. Here. That looks kind of cool. Little parkour ledge. I wonder whatever happened to them. Insight clothing brand. Let's look it up. Insight Clothing. I guess they got bought by General Pants Co. Interesting. Insight. Yeah, it was this. They used to make like really wacky, like interesting shirts. I wonder if I can find my girlfriend at the time when I was like 17 years old bought me a shirt from Insight. But it's so faded now. I think I still have it. It's so faded now. I can't even remember what's actually on the shirt. Hilarious. Nah, I'll never find it. What's my stream schedule? Look, I'll probably be back tomorrow because I said I would. And also, I'm trying to stream a little bit more often. But generally speaking, I only stream like once a week. But yeah, like I said, I'm trying to stream more often. I'm just trying to work it into my
Oh no! Look out, chat. Jitspo unleashed
sick,
the Britney
dude.
Spears in chat.
Yo, we
She
had to
has
set something
44
up this
knives and
past
she's
week as
stabbing
well, but we
people in
didn't.
chat. Watch
We were
out,
supposed
chat.
to set
You
something
might
up
get
for the
stabbed.
Raiders. What up, Raiders? Hell yeah! Dummies in the chat for the Raiders. Let's go! Come on, boys! Yeah! Give yourselves a pat on the back. Raiders, welcome to the stream. What are we doing in this stream? I'll tell you. We are in the process of adding more areas to the game, right? my game, which the easiest way to describe this game is Schedule 1 with fishing. Okay, boys? Schedule 1 with fishing. Obviously, it's going to be very different. But it's still going to be, it's going to be very similar to that. Okay? Schedule 1 with fishing, with an alchemy system. No drugs. Okay, that's the other thing I should say whenever I say Schedule 1 but with fishing is there's not going to be drugs in the game because I live in a free country, Australia, that really likes to ban things that have drugs in them or gambling, right? Although when it's from the inside out, it's probably a little bit better. I don't know if you guys heard, but the Australian government banned a game. What game was it? It was shit, what was the name of the game? It was that, like, Halloween game with, like, Mike Myers. Let me look this shit up. So stupid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Check this shit out, right, boys? So, the free country of Australia... Halloween the game has been banned in Australia because smoking weed buffs Michael Myers' character in-game. Very funny. The devs said the controlled substance led to the ban rather than game's violence. Look, the thing is, Schedule 1 isn't banned in Australia anymore, and I'm pretty sure I know why, and the answer is probably tax money. That game made like hundreds of millions of dollars, bro. And so, like, if the government had, like, you know what I mean? Like, they banned the free spin in Grand Theft Auto. They banned the free spin because they can't make money from it, right? That's what I'm assuming, okay? They banned the free spin or the casino in Grand Theft Auto because they can't make money from it, okay? But when an Australian-made game makes like 200 and something million dollars, that's like the government's like, shit. Government's like, shit. They've got drugs in the game. They got drugs in the game, but we really want that tax money. Shit. So I'm pretty sure like it got taken off Steam for like 2 days, right? Schedule 1 was off Steam for 1 or 2 days, and they expedited getting it back on Steam because of all of the freaking money that they would have lost. I'm pretty sure that's how anyway. Now, Halloween the game, on the other hand, like, I think it's the fact that when you smoke that weed, it buffs your character, which obviously they don't like. They don't want to be encouraging, like, weed smoke or something like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, welcome to the stream, fellas. This is Schedule 1 without the drugs. With fishing. So I'll show you a little bit about it right now. And for the last few months, we've mainly been like dialing in the aesthetics, dialing in like the level design, right? Because a lot of the storytelling is going to be based on the level design itself, right? So it's basically, I'm calling it my slum game for now because there is a slum in the game and this is where you're going to start, right? So it's a rags to riches game. Fish Schedule 1, I mean, that's a mouthful, but it works, I guess. You know what I'm saying, ladies? So over here, this is eventually where you're going to end up. Like, you're going to end up in the, like, ultra bougie rich area. You're going to have, like, a yacht. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be proper rags to riches kind of game. You know what I mean? Jits fish game. Okay, tell me what fish game you're working on. I'll pull it up. Do you have a Steam page for it? I remember the name. You've been in my stream a few times before, I'm pretty sure. Now, unfortunately, I only stream once a week. But I'm probably going to jump on tomorrow. Okay, boys? So, I'll be on tomorrow. You guys just need to show up. Okay? If nobody shows up for my stream tomorrow, then I ain't never coming back, boys. Never coming back. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. I don't think I've told you about the fish game. It's called FWOP. It's a game jam game. FWOP, fish game. Itch.io, I'm guessing. Yeah, I found it. Alright, boys. Let's play fish game. Oh, yeah. Do I need audio? What were we looking for here? San Andreas murals. Naughty Dog. Oh, yeah. This was that Annie Austin video. Yeah, okay. We don't need that. Ooh. Cool, dude. It's just smacking noises. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. All right, let's do it. Let's do it! I can also hear some birds in the background. I want to add birds to my game, but I don't want them to like not exist. Like I actually want there to be like a flock of birds that kind of like, I don't know, I haven't figured it out yet. Yo, what up, James? We are checking out a game by Jitspo. It's a Game Jam game. What Game Jam was it, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, bro. I see what this is.
But the complex interactions with physics allow for very in-depth movement mechanics. In this game, designed to capture the Fadian spirit, you simply have two controls, flop left and flop right. You can use the arrow keys, A and D, or the mouse button.
This is great, dude. This is so fucking great.
You are, quite literally,
Jitspo raid! Jitspo raid!
I was planning to have the movement driven entirely by the physics of the fish contacting the world.
Is this you talking as well?
Believe it or not, this was more uncontrollable than what you're playing right now. You'd flip and flop upward with no practical way to progress forward.
Yeah, that's you. Okay.
That while not
beautiful
as
voice
as
acting,
water,
dude.
A tail flapping back and forth would create some sort of forward momentum due to the air being pushed. I'm not sure how physically accurate this is, but it does seem slightly more plausible than a man lifting his entire body weight.
Is this made in Unity?
That of a cauldron up using just a hammer.
Oh! This is Godot. Beautiful, dude. Well done. You just can't tell anymore. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing for us. Here in this chat, we hate Unity! Isn't that right, boys? W's in chat if you hate Unity. Hell yeah! That's you guys right there. Okay, come on. It's probably really loud as well. I've got my like desktop audio playing. So like anytime I hit a button, it's probably going to be like twice as loud. This is really funny, dude. I like this. It's going to say the same. Yeah. I'll hold back on the buttons for now. Oh my god. We can get it. We can get it. So how does the fish actually work? I'm trying to break this down. Is this like... Dude, the slipperiness? That's so funny, dude. That's really funny. How like it slides along the surface if you get a lot of momentum. Yeah, what was the game jam? Yeah, and if there's any Steam game you want me to shill, go for it. I'll chuck it up on stream. Oh my god, bro! Oh! Whoa! Whoa! It's really cool that you made a Fadian game, because like I kind of made one too. Let me just pull that up. Unaccessible. Like what you were saying there at the start of the...
There are so many games.
Ludwig did a game jam, dude. Really?
Known about.
Fuck.
Statistically speaking,
true. I didn't know about that.
This game as a commercial product.
So I made this game
likely.
Yeah, last year sometime. 55. Ooh. I wonder if somebody's given it a negative lately. Oh my god, bro. I don't know if I want to read that one. I don't know if I want to read that one on stream. Okay, that's fair. Refunded, unable to change controls. That's completely fine. I don't know if you would give it a not recommend, but fair enough, dude. Yeah, so my game Unaccessible is you can't change the controls. The controls are the whole point, right? Which is like it's every single control on the controller is like mapped to something. So to change controls, I've basically been telling people to just use like the Steam input thing, because you can change controls, like you can create your own bindings and stuff like that with the Steam control thing. I might actually let this guy know. Come on, giving me a negative for that, bro. Come on, a negative for that. Come on. But anyway, I like 40 in games, and it's not because they're rage games. It's because, like, it's because of the emergent, like, gameplay that comes out of that. You know what I mean? Like, there was so many cool, like, tech moves and stuff like that that you could do with the wheelchair. Just with a very simple control scheme, you know what I mean? Yeah, this is really challenging, dog. Oh! No shit. Yeah, I gotta stay a little bit more in tune with game jams, but really the only game jams I do are the G-Wiz ones, or like the Godot related ones. Just cause like, I don't know, I get pretty competitive, and I don't want to like go up against people that are like hell good. I just kind of stay in my own lane. You know what I mean? Like do my own thing. This is really cool. I really like this. Oh my god. Keep the momentum.
Floundering. You're bound to make it somewhere eventually. Maybe not where you wanted to go, but somewhere.
This is wild. Is the strat to just like spam a button? What's the strat? Yeah, I mean, it's true. You'll end up somewhere. Oh! What do I have to do? Push off something, okay. Okay, I get it. This is challenging, dude. Did you make these wet fish noises yourself? Okay, wait. I'm gonna try this a couple more times. Dude, there's a good wet fish noises, man. If you want, you can send them to me. I'll put them in my game. Oh. I'll put you in the credits. Say wet fish sounds by Jitspo. Oh, come on. We're just gonna do that. Come on. No. Oh, dog, this is hard. So what is it anyway? Is it a bunch of rigid bodies like pinned together? That's what I'm trying to work out, because like, or is it just like bones and you're pushing the bones into shape? Because I wouldn't really. I'm curious about just how the physics work, to be completely honest. It's rigid bodies on hinges, yeah, that's how I would do it. It feels like the most stable way.
In a previous game jam, I inadvertently made a Fadian game called Goop Loop.
Goop
The theme
Loop.
was stuck in a loop, and I made a goop that literally stuck to a loop. I didn't intend for it to be so difficult, but the physics just ended up that way. I guess difficult physics games are becoming my legacy.
Oh, dude. I was so close. I got the next bit of dialogue too and I didn't even deserve it. Come on. Okay, I can't figure this out. Very good game. W's in the chat for my dude right there. Very, very good game. As far as 40 goes, absolutely love that. Really good, but I am not good enough to finish that. That's what she said. So yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Oh, dude, so close. I'm gonna be thinking about this game, bro. I am gonna be thinking about this game. I might even come back to it. Oh my god, dude! I'll chuck it in the YouTube chat for the VOD watchers. In case the VOD watchers want to check it out. Very cool game, dude. Very cool. W's for my boy right there. W's. Where's that YouTube chat? So, did it do well? How'd you go in the game jam then? There you go. Did you win? Did you win? Nah, dude. Game jam, especially itch.io game jams are very, they're very hard. Can I check out a website that you made? I mean, I don't really make websites, dog. It's not really my, my thing.
Yes.
Yo!
No.
Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome to the stream. Do. Okay, let's have a little bit of a look here. We need to work out what to do next. So we were just working on this. I think that's really cool. Like, we're trying to nail the aesthetics, right, of the game. Trying to nail those aesthetics. I'm going to chuck the TTS back on as well. We had to turn it off before because some undesirables made their way into the chat again. And we just need a way to get rid of them. I was just shy of making it on the list for Ludwig to play live on stream. True. Yeah, I should probably enter into more game jams, but I'm like busy making like my own kind of stuff, right? Like, one thing that I've been doing is I've been getting a game ready for the Steam Next Fest in October. So that's another game that I'm working on. Maybe I can give you guys a quick little rundown of that game. It's called Sedated. I've been working on it on-off for about a year now. Yeah, about a year now.
Yeah, I have a hard time justifying spending time making game jams when I can just work more toward getting a bigger game done.
Exactly. So game jams are great for
right,
like exposure and stuff.
The remaining of your stream with your VOD in the morning. Great to meet you. Have a good day.
Oh yeah, man. That's a send off to my dude, Lexi. Lexarium. That's how I'm saying it. Thanks for joining the stream, dog. Appreciate that. That's not funny. Come on, boys. Chill. So, let's open up Sedated. So, you know what? I'll show you a little bit of Sedated with a video. So, this is Sedated, and that's me right there. You see? There's two of me. So, do I need to regulate? Stay regular, bro. That's all that matters. So the way that Sedated works is you are a patient in a hospital and you are trying to escape it. There's like 30-something levels at the moment. Really cool. But like this game, I've been working on and off for about a year. So I really want to get it into a Next Fest. So right now, my main priority is getting this sorted. But a lot of that I can't even show on stream. It's literally just things like making library art, like getting the Steam Works backend all sorted, and trying to figure out where I should end the game, you know, as like a demo. So this is Sedated. I'm probably going to work on that a whole bunch when I finish stream, because I'm running out of time to actually get the page up on Steam as coming soon with a demo, so I can apply for next fest before the deadline, which is the 31st of this month. So I've got about 3 weeks to get it done. But I mean,
Do it, son.
yeah, it takes a little bit of time. Like it takes like maybe 3 days to get like your page accepted, and then you've got to have it up for like 2 weeks before you can release the game. But I'm pretty sure I can release a demo before that time, before I actually release the game. Right? Demos don't count in that timeline. Anyway, it's all very confusing, but if I just smash it out as quickly as absolutely possible, then there's no issue. You know what I'm saying? No issue. I just got to get it done quick. Quick! Hell yeah. All right, so it's almost 3 o'clock. It's been a fantastic stream so far, but I think I have to go. So I'll be back on tomorrow. Probably in the afternoon. I think in the evening. Thank you so much, Jitspo and the boys. Fucking chuck a like and a follow.
Yeah.
Especially if you're watching on YouTube. Make sure you like the stream. Yep. Make sure you chuck a follow. Catch me tomorrow. Or like whenever my next stream is or whatever. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out. We'll stop the YouTube stream for now. See you later.